Namaskar. On 18th June 2004, CERN unveiled a statue of Nataraj, a gift from India celebrating CERN's long association with the country. The representation of a dancing Lord Shiva at the premier scientific institution was rather intriguing to many. Possibly not so for those who understood the symbolic significance of Nataraj's dance. As a plaque alongside the statue explains, the belief is that Lord Shiva dances the universe into existence, motivates it, and eventually extinguishes it. Carl Sagan drew the metaphor between the cosmic dance of Nataraj and the modern study of the cosmic dance of subatomic particles. Ever since, for us at Vigyan Bharati, the date 18th of June has come to symbolize a convergence of the Oriental and the Occidental, the scientific and the spiritual, the representational and the empirical. It has come to make us think of certain key foundational aspects of how Indic thought has never quite been devoid of what can be construed as a truly scientific. In the process, it has made us deliberate on what Indic ideations can bring to the scientific world and paradigm as well. Today, we are here to celebrate the contemporary interfaces of science and Indic thought in the inaugural event of Mandala, an initiative under the aegis of Vigyan Bharati, which arose from our meditations on the ontological as well as epistemological interfaces thereof, touched upon the guidance of Sri Jain Sahasrabuddhe. Today, we are here to listen to the perspectives of a collection of eminent speakers, from renowned mathematicians, computer scientists, chemists, and physicists, to seers, philosophers, and scholars of Indic thought. Most importantly, today we are here to spark the proverbial embers that shall hopefully fuel a movement towards an unbiased and non-dogmatic approach towards the exploration of truth. I would like to welcome you all to this rather important event today. I would like to welcome you all to Mandala. A natural question would be, why mandala? A mandala is a geometric configuration of symbols, and this Indic element has found applications in myriad avenues, from phylogenetics and Kautilya's Raja Mandala to Oriental spiritual traditions and Buddhist architecture. While string theory and loop quantum gravity are the preeminent candidate theories of everything, E8 theory, or what can be regarded as a geometric theory of everything, has found significant traction lately. Its famous 8-dimensional root diagram projected onto the coexeter plane looks like a modern-day mandala, underlying the increasingly possible reality that the universe is inherently an interplay of geometric structures and perturbations thereof. Notwithstanding the glowing words by Heisenberg and Bohr on Vedanta, or the centrality of vibratory phenomena both in ancient Indic treatises or modern quantum field theory, the resonances between Indic thought and science are beautifully brought forth by the term mandala. Mandala Vigyan Bharati is slated as a coming together of minds through activities such as talks, discussion groups, and symposiums to nurture a movement to spur scientific exploration of Indic thought and an infusion of the Indic spirit into the pursuit of scientific truth, not only in terms of elements, but rather the meta-dynamics, the very essence of this pursuit. Before moving ahead, I would like to introduce Dr. Yaloji Rao Mirajkar, who will be giving us the opening address for the event. Dr. Mirajkar is the international convener of the Global Indian Scientists and Technocrats Forum. He did his doctoral studies from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and postdoctoral work at Columbia University. His expertise is in the area of interactions among surfactants, polymers, and actives in formulations and solutions from the viewpoint of delivery and post-delivery performances of actives, fragrances, and flavors. He has several patents to his credit. He has been on the board of overseers for the Hindu University of America, as well as on the board of trustees of the Dharmic Civilization Foundation. He was formerly an executive director of the Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh in the United States. I would like to request him to address us on this august occasion.
Namaste. It is a great day. First of all, thank you, Dr. Mrityunjay Majumdarji. Thank you for two reasons. One is for organizing this show, where the audience will be treated with excellent talk by eminent and accomplished speaker, which the list includes Professor Subhash Khan, Professor C.K. Raju, Professor Balram, Singh, Swami Atma, Professor Shishir Ray, Professor Shakti of Chaitanya, Professor Swami Vivekananda, 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 Professor What is more interesting that I would like to bring here is first, at this young age, the interest that Dr. Guha is exhibiting in terms of bringing this program under contemporary interfaces of science and Indic thought. Indic word was kind of alien for us. Uh, 2 centuries ago, there was no this word. But I think we need to educate people about our thoughts and it becomes the Indic thought. Great. The second thing is, if you look back, the way of life, which kind of origins in India in Sanatana Dharma, what it brings is the realization of the truth through our own experiences, which has become kind of our way of life. In the last couple of 100 years ago, because of the initiative to kind of my line is bigger line, my theory is the right theory, everything is not necessarily the right thing. With that motto, our history, our traditions, our culture was attempted to be derooted. Unfortunately for them and fortunately for us, truth remains unaffected, and the ideas, the thoughts, the science part of it, and the experience part of it, what is there in India, is slowly but for surely emerging. Let's take one example. In our own lifestyle, starting from embryonic phase till the end of life, there are many samskaras that have suggested. And today, science is kind of ratifying those samskaras. In this example, another example is an expecting mother. Today, they are saying that mother should be in good mood, happy, satisfied, and for that, the family has to cooperate and help. Isn't it what in Bharat traditionally for generations, centuries following? Take example of this Ayurveda. As the meaning it says, Ayu is the life, Veda is the knowledge. The life based upon the knowledge that not only has to live long, but that is for the purpose of being also happy, being also healthy. Because a healthy person would be able to contribute to the society significantly. Take our own examples. If you just have a simple headache, our efficiency and effectivity on that day is something very, very bad. Then, if our health is not good, think about it. Similarly, the diet patterns, today the world is thinking about it. And also, in our own scriptures, the things about benefits of yoga, science is realizing. Benefits of meditation, science is realizing. Benefit of health and what exactly it is, science is realizing. All the factors, whatever it is there, is slowly but for surely trying as a repackage and trying to sell it back to us. Unfortunately for them, and fortunately for us, the world is not that ignorant and world is not that blind. They are recognizing, and slowly but for surely, they are all trying to ask the question that what is it going to make me happy. There is one example. Now I will give you another example. That is all about during this COVID situation. The number of deaths in the developed countries for every 1 lakh or 100,000 is in 3 digits: 120, 140, 177, 220. Just for a simple comparison, in US it is 177 per 100,000. What is it in India? 18, almost 1/10. In 2020, scholars were saying and predicting that in India, the number of deaths are going to be in crores because of the poor health infrastructure, poor hygienic conditions, probably the density of the population. About 2 years later, they are saying that there is something that India possesses by itself, because of which they are able to contain COVID much better compared to rest of the world. Of course, our numbers are big because of the population. However, the truth still remains the same, that something that what we are doing has given us immunity. So world is scratching their heads to understand what is the reality. Although these examples only narrate that the items mentioned in our own scriptures are getting ratified. But this is just the beginning. Our scriptures, the Indic thoughts are so strong, so applicable, so useful to be happy, and to be happy and living with others as well. I think with these some introductory words, I will get away from you so that the eminent speakers on the designated topics would be able to enlighten us. And I once again thank you, Mrityunjay ji, for inviting me for opening Mars, and also giving all of you an opportunity to enjoy this particular topic with the eminent speakers. Dhanyavad, namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Minajkar, for those gracious words, those very inspiring words, might I add. Today we have quite an eclectic and an interesting series of speakers, as our viewers may know. We have 5 eminent speakers whom I would like to introduce to our viewers. But before doing that, I would like to highlight the schedule or mention the schedule so that for the convenience of our viewers, some of you have asked about the same. So we'll be having Professor Shishir Roy at 4:30 p.m. We'll be having Professor C.K. Raju at 5:05. We'll be having Swami Atma Priyananda Maharaj at 5:40, Professor Subhash Khan at 6:15 p.m., and Professor Balram Singh at 6:50, followed by a vote of thanks and talk by myself. So before moving further, I would like to introduce each of these speakers, each of these eminent speakers, so that we all know, the trove of experience and the various nuances and perspectives that our speakers for today bring to the table, bring to this event. So our first speaker for the day is Professor Shishir Roy. Professor Roy is a visiting professor at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, and has been awarded the prestigious Senior Homi Bhabha Fellowship by the Homi Bhabha Fellowships Council in Mumbai. He has published more than 250 journal papers and 16 monographs, including on demystifying the Akash with Ralph Abraham, and understanding space, time, and causality, modern physics and ancient in wisdom with B.V. Srikantan. He will be speaking on the ontology of time, insights from ancient Indian wisdom today. Our second speaker for the day will be Professor C.K. Raju, who can truly be called a polymath. Professor Chandrakant Raju is an eminent Indian mathematician, computer scientist, physicist, and educator. He received the Telesio Galilei Academy Award in 2010. He was a key contributor to the first Indian supercomputer, Balram, which was made between 1988 and 91, and has authored 12 books and dozens of articles, mainly on the subjects of physics, mathematics, and the history and philosophy of science. He will be speaking on Indic thought and contemporary science. Our third speaker for the day is Swami Atma Priyananda Maharaj. Swami Atma Priyananda Maharaj is a monk of the Ramakrishna order and was the first vice chancellor of the Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda University, or RMVU. He received his PhD in theoretical physics involving elementary particle theory from the University of Madras, and has a number of research publications in this area in reputed international journals. He's involved with various global organizations working for peace and harmony, interfaith dialogue and interreligious understanding, comparative mysticism and spirituality, and the holistic welfare of children across the globe. Today, he'll be speaking on fundamental Vedantic principles in tune with modern science. Our fourth speaker is Professor Subhash Khan. Padma Shri Professor Subhash Khan is a Regents Professor of Computer Science at Oklahoma State University in Stillwater. Born in Srinagar, me myself being from this area of research, appreciate what he has brought to the table here, wherein he spoke about neural networks and how they do conscious and pre-conscious processing, while certain virtual particles are the ground for the unconscious. He has previously worked on archaeoastronomy, history of science and art. His work has been showcased in popular media, including Discovery and History channels, and he has authored 20 books. He's going to speak on the current crisis of science and the relevance of Indic thought. Our fifth speaker is Professor Balram Singh. Professor Balram Singh teaches at Dartmouth, where he has been Henry Dreyfus Teacher Scholar since 1997 and the founding director of the Center Studies in Massachusetts, and an adjunct professor at the School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies in Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. He has been conducting research on botulinum and tetanus neurotoxins, and also on Ayurveda, yoga, mind, and consciousness. He has published 14 books and over 325 articles. Dr. Singh has been a visiting professor at Harvard Medical School and is a president as well as director of Maryada Foundation, a non-profit organization to promote science and education. He's going to be speaking on development, application, and modern relevance of ancient practices of herbal chemistry in Ayurvedic sciences. We will conclude with my own deliberations on whether quantum mechanics and Vedanta have resonances, but that is for later. Without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Shishir Roy to please begin his talk. Professor Roy?
Yes, I'm
Yes.
trying to. Yeah. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see. Yeah.
Let me make it full screen. No, it's not. Yeah. Can you see the full screen? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
yes, sir. We can see your screen. Yes, sir.
Hello? Yeah, can you see the full screen?
Yes, yes. If you can go into the slideshow mode, that will be useful.
This is where I'll stop sharing.
So if you go on the top bar, slideshow.
Let me stop sharing. Yeah.
Actually, we could run the presentation if you think that's convenient for
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Ajay? Yeah, we're just about to project. Yeah. Yes, it should be visible now, Professor Roy.
It's very tiny.
Yeah.
Make it.
Yeah, it's full screen now. It's in the slideshow mode.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
So let me start. Good evening, everybody. This is a great occasion, and thanks to Dr. Mrityunjay and Big Conver, the organizers, to give me an opportunity to speak on the issue related to kind of insight from ancient Indian wisdom and some issues in modern science, especially because of my profession. I am trained in theoretical physics, so I have picked up one issue from theoretical physics, which is very much, I mean, relevant to philosophy, epistemological and ontological issues. So let me start with the concept called ontology of time and the insights from Indian ancient wisdom. Can you change the slide? Okay, the next one. Okay. So the main issue is that, I mean, we are not yet able to attract the serious scientist of the country because of the simple reason is that uh, there there may exist or there exist some important issues which are discussed in modern science. Those are discussed in our uh, different schools of philosophy, but it is not presented in such a manner so that the serious scientist will be interested. And we tried to do it in two great occasions. One, uh, it was a dialogue between the scientist and the traditional scholars. It happened in 2015 in Bangalore. And then another such kind of things we have done by great encouragement of ICPR, Indian Council for Philosophical Research, around 2019, I think, 19 or 18, yes, 18. But our experience is not so good, but it seems to be encouraging. So let me start with the issue that what is ontology of time in physics and whether we can get some insights from Indian philosophy. Because if we cannot really uh, try to understand what kind of insights we can get it is very difficult to encourage the serious researchers in the country to look into the whole problem. So let me start with a famous poem by famous uh, poet. His name is Maria Rilke. He is born in Austria, and I am translating his poem. I live my life in growing orbits, which move out over the things of the world. I am circling around the world, around the ancient tower, and I have been circling for 1,000 years. And I still don't know if I am falcon or a storm or a great song. Rilke, he was, of course, that deeply convinced by God, and he traveled to Russia. So he was influenced by Russian God. But the key of his whole poem and other writings to understand that the evolving relationship between God and human being and time plays a great role in that relationship. Next slide. Yeah. So today's the my talk can be arranged in the following way. I'll start with the problem or the issue we are thinking in physics, especially 21st century physics. This is called Planck scale physics. I will explain what is meant by that. Then uh, I'll try to discuss whether we can get some insights for this outstanding problem from Vedic wisdom. And Buddhist scholar Nagarjuna, then Dogen and Heidegger, they also discussed extensively on the issue of time. And our Hindu school called Chromo schools and the scholar Abhinavagupta, they elaborated the issue in a very radical way, which seems to give some insights to our understanding in physics. Then finally, whether time is creation of human mind or time an illusion, and there is interface between physics and neuroscience. So let me start with what is meant by Planck scale physics and why you are looking for ontology of time. Next slide, please. Yeah. So you may ask me, what is the meaning of the ontology? So ontology of a physical theory on eminent persons in Boston University, Chow. He defined that an irreducible conceptual element in the logical construction of reality that is concerned with the real existence, that is, with an autonomous existence without reference to anything external. So, with this definition, let us move to what we face in 21st century or late 20th century physics. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, if you look at this mathematical formula, we say there exists a Planck scale. What it mean by Planck scale? Planck scale of time, Planck scale of length. So how scientists found this Planck scale? They, for example, in case of Planck time, they found it in terms of the different constants of nature. What are these constants of nature? Planck constant h, c is the speed of light, and capital E the gravitational constant. So from the dimensional analysis, if you look what is the corresponding time unit, that is called Planck time, it is of the order of 3.38 into 10 to the power minus 43 second. So why it is so interesting to us, to physicists or any scientists? Because Planck scale is that scale beyond which there does not exist any kind of space, time, or causality. So this is the smallest scale in the physical universe. So we found a certain scale of length, certain scale of time, beyond which there is almost nothing, no space, no time, no causality. So no physical theory we are working. So how can we build up a space which every day we are talking about? How can we specify time? Every day we are talking, and causality, of course. So in this case, we use a term called pre-geometric notion. I will explain what is my pre-geometric notion. Next slide, please. Yeah. So above the Planck scale, in the Planck scale, it is a discrete distance or discrete time. But in the everyday life, or in the quantum level, or in the classical level, or in the level of galaxy, supernova, or planetary system, time is continuous, space is continuous. So the issue is, how can you build up a continuous space, continuous time, and causality relation from more primitive notion? We call it pre-geometric notion. Why pre-geometry? Because geometry has a certain characteristics. Like we define a distance function between the 2 points. We distance a kind of triangle inequality which satisfies some relations. So those are geometric notions. So the issue is starting from more fundamental notion rather than geometric notion. Can we build up geometric notion? And that's why you call them pre-geometric notion. Next slide, please. Yeah. So I told you already that geometric structure from network, what we have done, that we started with a network of points at the bottom level. Where there is no space, no time, no causality. So we defined a kind of network of discrete points at the bottom level, and there is no causality, of course. This kind of networks was initiated by Penrose, Moline, etc. It is known as spin networks. And we have devised a new kind of network called spatial networks by one of my German collaborator required, myself, and another, my American collaborator, Ralph Abraham. So this is known as required Roy and Abraham network. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So what we get it? Starting from that kind of network of discrete points, we are able to build up the whole geometric framework, continuity of space, continuity of time. So we have a really network which exists where there is no space, no time. But we are we are constructing a space which has time, space, and continuity. So here, the two important things. One is the network of discrete points, or we say called hazy lumps, and fluctuation at the bottom level. So two ingredients are there. One is network of points, discrete points, and the fluctuations. So out of this, we have developed a model of continuous space-time and also causality. Next slide. Yeah, look at this. I did not put the video in our published paper. We have done it. We did some agent-based simulation called net logo simulation discovered by Boston University. Anyone can download it and verify it. So it is based on the graph theory. Like we take two discrete points, then a graph connects the discrete points, and then because of the fluctuation there, like quantum fluctuations. So if you run the programs, you will see that these points, discrete points, they will come together like a Lorentz attractor in nonlinear dynamics and makes a continuum. Next slide, please. Yeah, all these results we have put in our book, Demystifying the Akasha, Quantum Vacuum and Consciousness, with my collaborator, mathematician Ralph Abraham. So here in this book is divided into two parts. One philosophical part, mainly based on Kashmiri Shaivism or Advaita Advaita Shaivagam of Kashmir, and on mathematical framework of networks. So even if you don't understand the mathematics or simulations of the networks, you will be able to get some insights that how this is deeply rooted in our Indian philosophical system, especially Kashmir Shaivism. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, we are looking for ontology of geometry itself. Of course, then I'll come to ontology of time. This is ontology of geometry, mean ontology of space. So here, this when we say that ontology of geometry, I mean we are starting from everyday life. I mean stone, big objects, then to nanoscale, then to quantum scale, 10 to the minus 13 centimeter, and further on and further on. At the bottom level, you will see the points, I mean, the geometry is discrete. Even if you look at the very famous paper by great mathematician of 19th century, Riemann. Riemann, in his famous paper, the hypothesis that led down to the foundation of geometry, there he questioned that even the very basic notions of the distance between 2 points, roughly called metric structure breaks down. So we have at a certain scale, nowadays we call Planck scale, where there is no such kind of continuum. But at the everyday scale, we are having a continuum space-time. So how we can arrive it, this is related to the ontology of geometry. And I am tempted to quote one very famous statement from Ernst Mach, his guru of Albert Einstein. I mean, Mach had a lot of influence of Albert Einstein. Mach was a positivist philosopher. And in his analysis of sensation, Mach told about the Greek geometry and the geometry in the East. So Greek geometry he called deductive geometry, and for Indian geometry he called inductive geometry. He called Hindu geometry. He coined the term Hindu geometry. It's not my term or anybody from India. Next slide, please. And one more thing, the geometry which Mach was considering. I mean, to understand the ontology of geometry, we need to understand how geometry is built up. So he was considering sense-dependent geometry. And our famous physicist, Satyendranath Bose, in his later life, he was deeply involved regarding this kind of sense-dependent geometry. I don't know whether he published anything, but he was personally involved in this kind of things. Now let us see whether we can get some insights regarding these kind of things from our ancient wisdom. Let me start with the Rig Veda, and I will concentrate on two mandala. Rig Veda has total 10 mandalas, and mandala 9 and mandala 10. Mandala 9 is dedicated to understand on Pavamana Soma, and mandala 10 is mainly dealt the hymns of creation, like Nasarya Sukta or Purusha Sukta or Hiranyagarbha. And one of the very important concept which is dealt in Mandalam 9, that is called Pavamana Soma. What is Pavamana Soma? Next slide, please. Before that, let me tell you, our rishis, they are focused on the central question that in the beginning there is Brahman or one state Atma, and so originally it was non-matter and permanent state. But the issue is, how did this ever-changing world, which is Jagat means starts from Gamdhatu, it's been moving. So starting from a non-moving matter or permanent state, how a Jagat or universe which is ever-changing is manifested. So how it happens? And in this case, the concept of Abhamana Shama in Mandalam 9, this plays a very important role. Next slide, please. Yes. One great Vedic scholar is trained in Gurukul system in Kerala, and then he did modern science. He was head of the Department of Aeronautics Engineering in IIT Madras. Of course, he left us few years before. He translated or interpreted the Mandalam 9 and Mandalam 10. In Mandalam 9, he told, of Bhamana Shama, it has different interpretation. Bhamana Shama means purified Shoma or flowing nature. Now, Shoma, the word Shoma, has three levels of meaning. One is the gross level, another is the subtle level, and third one, the spiritual level. So he told that the Shoma in the spiritual level is the key to understand the missing link between the Brahman or the ultimate reality, which is unchanging and permanent, and the manifested world, which called Jagat, which is moving. So, I mean, if we can understand how it acts as a missing link between the two states, it will give a lot of insights to the scientist, because the Shoma or Bhavamana Shoma is nothing but flowing essence of Atma. Flowing essence means some kind of motion, some kind of movement. Even if we look the word Agni, etymological meaning, it is related to make movement. So, to understand the ontology of time, you need to understand the movement, motion, and that is already our rishis. They discussed in a mystic language. We need to understand that mystic language. It's very difficult for scientists like me, because I don't have first-hand knowledge. I have to depend on some Vedic scholars who has first-hand knowledge and who has interest also in science. That's why we are trying to arrange a dialogue between the traditional scholars and scientists. So we have kind of insights that if we try understand Bhavamana Shama or flowing essence of Atman, then probably it will give some insight regarding ontology of time. Next slide, please. Then comes one Jain Buddhist, Dogen. He's from Japan, around 10th and 11th century. So Dogen, he had a very famous article called Uji. Uji in Japanese colloquial, it means being and time. He told that look at the blossoming of the flowers in the garden. You see that spring has come. Or on the other hand, when there is spring, the flowers will blossom. So what he meant by that time is existence or existence is time. They are not separate. And this influenced the present 20th century philosopher, German philosopher Martin Heidegger. So he wrote a very famous book on this type of concept, very much depend on Buddhist philosophy. And he also wrote Being and Time in German. But that, after Einstein's publication of the relativity theory and paradigm change in space-time, Martin Heidegger's uh, writings is very important for the philosophers as well as to scientists. But Martin Heidegger, I mean, if you look at the history, the Martin Heidegger used to interact, he used to invite Buddhist scholars from, I think, Thailand, if I not wrong. Many times they have radio show in German radio. They have a lot of discussions regarding Buddhist concept of time and Dogen's concept. And before Dogen, there was, of course, Nagarjuna. In Mulo Madhyamakarica, there is a small chapter Nagarjuna wrote on time, Kal. So there, the essence is that the time has no separate existence. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Yeah. Now, uh, we have, according to Dogen, there are three layer on the theory of time was proposed. One is conventional level, and third one is that uh, time, I mean past and present. There is no past and present. We are here and now. So the question of now is very, very important from physics point of view. Next slide, please. Yeah, if you look at the physics of time, uh, it is not, we have uh, the concept of time used by Newton, then used by Albert Einstein, and there is concept of ordering or past, present, and future is there, and we don't have this concept of now, what the other people and philosophers are saying. Next slide, please. So, can I say that Einstein an eternalist? I mean, only now exists. Rudolf Carnap, the famous Western philosopher, he had a lot of private discussion with Albert Einstein. So, uh, Einstein, though at a certain point he believed on the existence of now, but uh, he did not deny the flow of time. So, people called Einstein an eternalist or something else. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. No, where is the slide? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay. 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 না, ওদের পাওয়ার আউটেজ হয়েছে। ওদের পাওয়ার আউটেজ হয়েছে। আরে অনেক আছে এখনো, কিন্তু ওদের পাওয়ার আউটেজ হয়েছে ওদের ওখানে। ও তো ফোন করলো আমাকে যে একটু আমাদের একটু সময় দাও।
Yes. Professor Roy, yeah. Sorry, there was a small technical problem here.
Okay.
We'll resume the slide that you were on.
Okay. একটু সময় লাগবে। একটা টেকনিক্যাল প্রবলেম হয়েছে। Problem. Okay. No, it has come. Okay. It has come. Yeah. No, next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Yeah, next one. Next one. Yes. Now, if you look what the physicists like John Wheeler from Princeton, he is very well-known, internationally famous physicist. Once he made a very beautiful and profound statement. He told, or he wrote, of all obstacles to a thoroughly penetrating account of existence, none looms up more dismaying than time. Explain time? No, not without explaining existence. Can you explain existence? No, nor without explaining time. To uncover the deep and hidden connection between time and universe existence is a task for the future. So what Dogen, Heidegger, they are talking about this. This is very much relevant. I don't know whether John Wheeler was aware of Buddhist philosophy. Next slide. Then comes irreversibility of time. So irreversibility of time plays a very important role in physical world. I mean, time flows in a one directions, and that does not happen in special theory relativity, but it happens in thermodynamics. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we can think time as an irreversible process of becoming. Time is not object, but event. It is creative becoming rather than static being. Next slide, please. Ilya Prigozhin, a very famous physicist who won Nobel Prize for Chemistry in around 1972 or something, he wrote a very famous and thought-provoking book where the name is Order Out of Chaos. So he was deeply involved with what is meant by irreversibility of time and how irreversibility of time or time flow you can perceive in the physical world. And its epistemological issues. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now the question is, the flow of time, as I told, is it an illusion? To understand what is meant by illusion to a physicist, and what is mean by illusion to a neuroscientist. So when a physicist suggests that flow of time is an illusion, it implies that it exists, but our mind, it exists in our minds, and that is not feature of the external world. When a neuroscientist think and the time is an flow of time is an illusion, he meant that when uh, he his neuroscientist states that our subjective sense of the passage of time is an illusion, like all subjective experiences, and it is a mental construct, but one that represents, however, unfaithfully, a physical phenomena that exist in the external world. We physicists, we understand the flow of time as an illusion. It means it is only exist in the mind, not in the external world. But neuroscientists also think it might be a mental construct, but they say it exists in the phenomenal world, in the outside. So next slide, please. Now comes another great work in our ancient world, Kashmiri Shaivism. Abhinavagupta, the famous scholar, his one of his famous uh, writings is called Kalikrama. Kalikrama, or theory of Krama, or theory of succession. So what he meant by that succession, he told, I mean, we can say in our own language that even if there are discreteness or continuity, it does not give you the succession or ordering, which is very much related with time or temporality. And he thought that there lies a kind of divine action, or called spanda, or vibration. So he thought of a dynamicity underlying this, uh, or associated with the substratum. And this dynamicity makes this discreteness, gives rise to ordering of the time or temporality. And this kind of dynamicity, or which he called a spanda. This spanda, uh, Shankaracharya, in his Advaita Vedanta, he refused. He told, no, this is a kind of logical construction. And his guru, Gaudapada, even he used the word spanda. But that word spanda is something in between Shankara and Abhinavagupta. Maybe in some other occasions we should analyze what is the difference of Abhinavagupta's concept of spanda and Gaudapada's concept of spanda, because Gaudapada was influenced by Buddhist philosophy. So next slide, please. The concept of time was specifically elaborated in some of the hymns of Atharva Veda. And there it says that time acts like a independent reality, or like a power which creates the whole universe, everything in the universe. So here time is a power, or considered as a force. We need to think how it can be related with our understanding in 21st century physics. Next slide, please. So here, both in Atharva Veda and in Atharva Veda, we consider that time acts like a independent reality. So we there must therefore recognize there must be a general principle of movement, and it is a something, this power or force, which is kala. Kala means time. So they also recognize that there is something called principle of the movement, and this movement or motion is associated closely with the ontology of time. And we need to understand more on these Indian texts so that we might get some insights and we can resolve or we can frame a comprehensive framework to understand what is ontology of time and Planck scale physics. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Okay, there is one interesting dialogue. I mean, Piaget, the great psychoanalyst. Piaget arranged the first World Congress in somewhere in Alps, and he invited Albert Einstein. And his experience or his conversation with Albert Einstein, he wrote in a book in 1946. And this book describes how child conceive of the concept of time. And they have very beautiful conversations with Piaget and Einstein. But Piaget told that Einstein was more involved not in the nature of time itself, but how our thinking or how one think about time. This engrossed Einstein more deeply rather than what is the nature of time. Next slide, please. And some of these concepts we have already elaborated in a recently published book called Understanding Space-Time and Causality, Modern Physics and Ancient Indian Traditions, jointly with Professor V.V. Sigantan, who is no more with us, published by Routledge, and people who are interested of some of the concepts which I am talking, not all these things, some of the concepts are elaborated, and we have already described what is the viewpoint by different schools of Indian philosophy. Next slide. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Roy. That was a beautiful exposition and deliberation on the ontology of time. We have a few questions from our viewers. So I will field the question that I found quite interesting. What is the difference between Heidegger's understanding of time and Nagarjuna's views on time? That is a question that has come through.
Okay. Well, Heidegger was more influenced by Dogen, not much influenced by Nagarjuna. But they have one basic understanding that time is not an independent substance or independent entity. That is the principle of Buddhism itself. But there is the commonality. Even Heidegger also believed and wrote in his book, Zeit and Sid, I think the name of the book.
Right. There is another question. Right. So the ontological notion of time is different from epistemological notion of time. Could you highlight this? And they have given a comment. Here comes the difference between Vedanta and Madhyamika Buddhism.
Yeah, this is interesting questions.
Yeah.
When we say ontological notion of time, means whether there is something irreducible element from where we can build up the whole concept of time, its ordering, because time means there is ordering, past, present, and future. So whether that kind of ontological reality, or I mean, when you say ontological time means there is a reality or substratum where there are some irreducible element. I mean, you cannot go beyond that. But that is ontological notion. And epistemological notion means it's related to our knowledge, not that we are not concerning about whether there exists an irreducible element in the ultimate reality.
Right, well put. There is another question earlier, which was a foundational question, I think. Does the whole idea of the existence of time itself, going beyond the ontological aspects, I'm not sure whether they're coming from any particular theory or model, but it says, does time exist? So everything doesn't happen at once. That's the question. If you could kind of present
Well,
it. Yeah.
well, I mean, we are more. We should more look more on Dogen's interpretation. When we say existence is time, or time is existent itself. We don't say that universe in the time. No, universe itself is time.
Right.
Like Big Bang theory. I mean, normally people say before Big Bang happened, there is no concept of time at all. So as soon as universe is created, universe itself should be time in conformity with the Dogen's idea.
Right. Right, sir. Yeah. I think those are the set of questions that we have for your talk. Thank you so much, sir, for your deliberations and your thoughts on perspectives on the ontology of time. We are very grateful for you for your talk today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Okay.
So now we will move on to Professor C.K. Raju. As I mentioned, he's a polymath in every sense of the word, with his eminence being seen in various areas, mathematics, computer sciences, physics, and as an educator. So without much further ado, I think I would like to pass it on to Professor Raju.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mrityunjay and to Vibha. And I hope this StreamYard is going to work. So I'm going to share the entire screen and see what happens. So is it clear? Are you able to see the
Not
presentation?
Yet. Not yet, sir.
Not yet?
Yeah.
Visible, not visible?
So you have to, I think, click on the share option.
I have clicked on the share option.
Okay, okay.
And should I click on the Chrome tab then? Entire screen, it's not taking. So
Okay.
let me click on the Chrome tab. How is that? Are you able to see that?
Not yet, sir. Not yet. So if I could suggest, you could
Yes.
send it to us if that is fine, and we could operate it just like we did for Professor.
No, I'll operate it. But
Okay.
I'm selecting a Chrome tab.
Okay.
Why doesn't it work?
Sir, we have a technical. Okay.
Yes, sir. Very good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, just open your PPT and minimize that, and then go to share, and then full screen.
Just a minute. I can't hear you. What are you saying?
Yeah, sir. You just click on the share. You just first open your PPT.
I have clicked on share. It is asking me
No.
to choose what is to share. If I
Sir, you
share
first-
entire screen, it doesn't work. If I share Chrome tab, it is not working.
Yeah, sir. You please first open your PPT and then minimize your PPT.
Minimize my what?
The
PPT.
The PPT.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Minimize what?
Sir, your PPT. What you want to share?
I don't
here.
have a PPT. I have an HTML revealed presentation. It is
Oh.
pure HTML in the browser. It is in a Chrome tab.
Oh,
And the Chrome tab is visible. It is opening that Chrome tab, but it is not sharing it.
okay.
The saying choose what to share.
Right.
And
Okay. Sir, do you have an option for a full screen share?
yes, I am trying that whole screen share. It's not doing that
Okay.
either.
And now if you go to the particular kind of tab,
It is not doing the whole screen share at all.
oh, sure what the,
So this often creates a problem.
right.
StreamYard. All right. Now, what am I supposed to do? I think I abandon my presentation, or it is not getting out of this thing.
Okay.
So I don't know where it is stuck.
Sir, is there a,
Okay,
yeah, I mean,
let me just. I have no idea what it is doing, so I have to get.
so we'll just wait for Sir Raju to join us. And so I'll just briefly read the abstract of his, if he could also have the screen share for his abstract as well. So he'll be talking on how the Nyaya Sutras, right, list the four means of proof in Indic thought: Pratyaksh, which is the empirically manifest; Anuman, which is inference; Upman, which is analogy; and Shabd, which is Shabd Praman, as we call it, testimony or authority. And all Indian thought systems, right, accept Pratyaksh. And the world's first recorded use of the experimental method was by Payasi. Right? So Anuman or reasoning was used to infer from local observations, for instance, that the Earth is round. Right? So there were many such instances where physically as well as mathematically this was kind of seen. And Professor Raju will be talking. Yeah, Professor Raju. Yes.
So I'm unable to share the screen. What is the issue? I'll just try once more. I'll share slides. So share screens.
Sir, if I may, I mean, I wouldn't like to, mention again, but if you really feel that we could run it for you, that's a possibility.
You want me to send you the Google
Yes, sir,
Slides
that will be
note?
good. Yes, please.
Okay, I'll send it to
So
you,
that
but
we-
it is completely, you won't be able to manage it because it is, each point is, it has to be operated by me. And I'm sorry, it will not work.
Okay.
It will not work because the graphics that I want to display are not online, they are on my computer. Okay, so I think we will try once more and abandon it if it doesn't work. So let me try once, share screen. Okay. And share the entire screen. Nothing visible.
Not yet, sir.
Chrome tab, select a tab. It is showing this tab but not sharing. Okay, let's forget it. Then now I can't get this off my system.
So this,
This is a bad system. Anyway, entire screen, Chrome tab won't work.
Right. Right. So we'll have to just wait for him to join back. I think there's some problem with, because it is in HTML format. So let me just continue with the abstract that he mentioned about. So Buddhists and other Gnostics rejected analogy and authority as underlying.
Never mind the slides. I will just talk about what I have to say, because this is getting to be very painful. And I just want to make a few points.
Sure. Please.
So let me make those points. I mean, the first thing is that there have been, when we talk about Indian tradition, there have been all sorts of things being stated, all right, which are major bloopers. For example, if we, to start with a joke, there was this issue about space travel, that you have Bharadwaj Rishi and so on. This came in the papers. Then there is this issue about Vedic mathematics. You can see my article in the Hindu. I can't unfortunately show it, but because I can't share the slide. But there are a number of such cases where various things have happened, and I think the last case was about the Pythagorean Theorem, where Dr. Harshvardhan said, that we were the first to give it. Now, the point is, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with that is that the school text doesn't say that the Greeks did it first. It says that the Greeks did it better. So if you want to make a point, you have to make the correct point, and it is assumed, or one does assume, that you do know about the class 9 text. It shouldn't happen that you don't know about the class 9 text. that is a real blooper. So there are a lot of comments that I've written also to Atul Kothari and so on, which are there on my blog. But the point is, why are there so many blunders? And I think that, you see, the central issue is just this, that we are damaging the credibility of Indian tradition by talking this kind of loose stuff. And the reason to talk this kind of loose stuff is, I was giving a talk in, let me put it, let me summarize it. The knowledgeable people have their loyalty to prove. Politicians, they need to prove loyalty. So they have loyalty and they demonstrate it and they expect loyalty. So what happens is that there is a major difference if you're whether you're giving proof of loyalty or whether your loyalty is to prove. And because they value loyalty instead of knowledge, they don't have that basic knowledge, and they go on making these errors, and these errors are very damaging to Indian tradition. And if one expects that if one wants to talk about these things, there should be a certain minimum of preparation before talking about it. Anyway, so that is the first point that I want to make, that we are we are damaging the credibility of Indian tradition by doing this. The second point I want to make is, if we do look at the notion of proof, we see this in the Nyaya Sutra, Nyaya Sutra 2. I would have liked to show it to you. It is simply 4 aspects: Pratyaksh, Anuman, Upman, and Shabd. So these are the 4 things that constitute Praman according to the Nyaya Sutra 2. So there are various differences and differences of opinion that Nyaya Sutra 2 is not the only one which talks about proof. So for example, if you look at what the Buddhists said, the Buddhists rejected Upman, that is analogy, and the Buddhists rejected Shabd because they said we do not accept authority. Their argument was that if something it must be either, if Shabd is reliable, the reliability must be either pratyaksh or it must be inferred. And therefore you need only pratyaksh and anuman or inference. So this was the case, and so that prima facie, accepting pratyaksh, which is the empirical, and accepting anuman, which means reasoning, it shows that Indian tradition was prima facie scientific. And in fact, there were experiments performed. You see the case of ultra-chauvinistic Western history, which says that the experimental method began with Francis Bacon. He was a corrupt rascal who was superstitious and said that the word of God, I'm quoting from the Novum Organum, which is one of his major writings, the word of God is the surest medicine against superstition. Now, can you really believe that? So this is what Francis Bacon said, and you say experimental method began with him. But on the contrary, if you see Payasi Sut is in the Digha Nikaya. It is the long speeches of the Buddha. It is part of that collection. And there he describes a series of some 30 experiments with dying persons to experiment. They are actually experiments. For example, you take a man, you condemned felon, you weigh him, then strangle him so that no blood is shed, and then weigh him again. So these are experiments that are being performed to see if there is any loss of weight because of the escape of the soul. So he performed these kinds of experiments, about 30 of them, and we have a record of this. So this shows that the experimental method existed in India. It was applied to something which no Westerner has ever applied it to. the belief in life after death. So Bayasi was trying to refute the belief in life after death. But anyway, our point is that at the moment that the experimental method existed in India, the other thing is Anuman, reasoning. Just because you accepted empirical proof does not mean you did not accept reasoning. There are lots of people who will talk this kind of, it's a rather foolish caricature. I keep encountering it. Oh, you believe in empirical? You can't believe in reasoning. See, science believes in empirical, it also reasons. And exactly the same was true in India. And a concrete example is Aryabhat, who in Gold 6 asserts that the earth is round. Why does he assert that the earth is round? Did he go in a spaceship out to space to see? No. It was deduced. And Lalla explains that far off trees cannot be seen. If the earth were flat, you should be able to see them. And you see that, ship disappears over the horizon. And based on that, Indians calculated the size of the earth. And I explained this technique to my students. I could have shown you how it is done. It's a very easy process. Measure the height of a mountain, you climb the mountain and measure the dip of the horizon. And you get a very accurate estimate of the size of the earth. So this was being inferred. So this is proper science that was being done. And this is completely contrary to, the usual ultra-chauvinistic Western myths. So, for example, the Latin Bible, the Vulgate, asserts in Daniel 10:11 that there was a tree which was so tall that it could be seen from the ends of the earth. And the Vulgate is contemporaneous with the 5th century Aryabhat. All right, then there is the issue of Upman. So Aryabhat does use analogy when he says that the earth is like a kadam flower. So kadam flower, I could show you, unfortunately I can't, is round. So, but he is not inferring anything from that. He is only making a pedagogical use of that, an expository use of that. He's not drawing any conclusions. But in contemporary science, general relativistic cosmology makes essential use of analogy. See, the basic Friedman models are obtained by solving the Hilbert-Einstein equations for the stress energy tensor, which is that of a perfect fluid. Now, what is a perfect fluid? And you can write down a stress energy tensor that it is rho plus p and u nu with the velocity field. I can't show you the equation. I'm sorry, I have written it down. This is a problem with StreamYard. So, in Newtonian physics, point is that stress energy tensor involves some quantities called density and pressure. Now, what is density? What is pressure? In Newtonian physics, density and pressure are statistical averages due to random molecular motion. But in GRT, there are no molecules. You can't talk of molecules or molecular motions because you don't have a proper description of matter. And there is no relativistically invariant probability measure to describe randomness and with respect to which you are going to take average. So this is pure analogy and it is an inapplicable analogy, but it is widely used because all your cosmology is based on this assumption. And it is an essential use. And I can also quickly tell you the reason for it. The reason is that the equations of general relativity were derived by Hilbert, not by Einstein. Einstein not only stole special relativity from Poincaré, he stole general relativity from Hilbert. And Hilbert was looking at geometry because that was Poincaré's idea that force in Newtonian physics can be eliminated by an appropriately modified geometry. You just choose, for example, if you have constraints, you choose an appropriate manifold and all the forces disappear, which is what Hilbert did. So he was concerned with geometry, not the characterization of matter. That is why analogy becomes essential because of this sort of stuff. Now let's look at Shabda Praman. Shabda Praman is also used in India, for example, in the Manav Shulva Sutra 10.10, which asserts, ayamam, gunam, vistaram, vistarentu. Samasya vargamulam yattat karna tad vido vinu. So tad vido vidu. this is an assertion that you are so said knowledgeable. That is because the author of the Manav Shubha Sutra is an artisan. He is not himself a knowledgeable Ganitakya. And therefore he invokes proof by authority, that this is what the knowledgeable say. So anyway, point I'm making, I think, let me just summarize that the Indian method of proof is prima facie scientific. And in fact, it regards analogy and authority as very weak methods of proof, because authority has no place in science, really speaking, but unfortunately, authority permeates contemporary science. It is a case of refutability with a P versus Popper's refutability. So we are not looking at in contemporary science how we validate it. Is it refuted? Has it published? Is it published in a reputed journal? Not about experiment. You write any nonsense in a reputed journal, that is okay. So the assumption is it is not going to be nonsense. Why not? Because it has been secretively peer reviewed. Now, secrecy, what does it add to science? Certainly doesn't add to truth, because we know how these things can be managed. Anybody who has been in academics, if you know the editor, obviously all these things can be managed and done. So anyway, it is valued. Then you do things like citation index. What is citation index? It's a measure of popularity. So if you have a very popular novel, then it must be the best possible novel. Is that how we do things? Or you have impact parameter. So impact parameter will, it's a racist measure because it assumes, I mean, I remember A.K. Raichaudhuri, Amal Kumar Raichaudhuri of Raichaudhuri Equation pointing this out. Why do you think Nature is a better journal? Just because you think the reviewers of Nature are better? It assumes that Western peer reviewers are superior. This belief is problem. It is like saying Indians and dogs not allowed. So the method of validation is problematic. It makes scientific truth subordinate to Western authority. And I've discussed this further in my little booklet, Ending Academic Imperialism. Point I'm making, let me summarize. Contemporary science relies on methods of proof rejected as weak in Indic thought, particularly analogy and authority. Okay, so far so good. These are things which are well known. Now, the new thing that I want to talk about is formal mathematics, because contemporary science uses formal mathematics. And this is an even more insidious method of smuggling proof by Western authority into contemporary science. So formal mathematics, I just to give you some example, quantum mechanics begins with a separable Hilbert space. Now, what is a separable Hilbert space? Most people won't know, right? Or the propagators of quantum field theory, if you look at them in configuration space, they are Schwartz distributions. Or if you look at the Whiteman axioms, then you say that, the quantum mechanics begins with your operator valued tempered distributions. And I'm pretty sure Shishir Roy has been doing quantum mechanics. I have known him for the last 40 years, more than 40 years. And he was doing quantum mechanics then. I'm sure he'll have a problem with this kind of thing. What are operator valued tempered distributions? So most people won't know. Now, when you don't know, what do? You have to ask. Whom do you ask? You ask somebody who's an authority. Anyway, so this is how authority gets smuggled into science at the very core. I mean, how do you do quantum mechanics? You start with a state vector which sits in a Hilbert space. And then you say Schrodinger equation is going to be a unitary group and so on. I don't want to get into that. Let's look at simple Newtonian physics. So you are using differential equations, whether I'm not going into Schrodinger equation or whatever, just simple ordinary differential equations you may have, or partial differential equations. You may have Euler-Lagrange equations, the Maxwell's equations, etc. Any kind of differential equation needs calculus. And our texts, we teach, I'm sure they teach this in Institute of Science, they teach it everywhere. Calculus needs real numbers. Now, what are real numbers? They are unreal. The terminology is very wrong. They are not really real numbers. So they are unreal numbers. And point is, real numbers are defined only in formal math. I mean, Indians developed calculus. They did not need real numbers. They needed things like square root of 2 and pi and so on, but they did not call them real numbers. They knew that it is an infinite series expansion which does not terminate, but there is a difference between that knowledge and between saying that you have a metaphysical real number where the entire infinite series can somehow be summed. So simple point is, formal mathematics prohibits the empirical. In a formal mathematical proof, empirical has no place. You cannot say, I observe this and therefore it is true. All right, that would be completely wrong. And this is stated even in our class 9 text. Beware of what you can see. So if you can see it, it is wrong. It is no part of formal math. Empirical pratyaksh is no part of formal math. So it is reasoning. Ganit is reasoning plus the empirical, but formal math is reasoning minus the empirical. So this prohibition of empirical and formal math bodes ill for science if you are going to use formal math in science, and you do use it. You do use it, whether it's in quantum mechanics or in general relativity or wherever else. And the problem is that we have a phenomenon which I call post-colonial mathematical illiteracy. I'm sorry, but I do mean exactly what I'm saying. Post-colonial mathematical illiteracy. Most people do not know why 1 plus 1 equal to 2 in real numbers. It is very unfortunate. I have been giving huge prizes for this. I'm willing to offer prizes again. I'm not a rich man, but this is really, really bad that people don't understand. They don't read their class 9 text, which prohibits the empirical, that you should be deceived by what you see, and therefore don't rely on it. Rely only on axioms. What are axioms? They are postulates. The class 9 text tell you that. But what is a postulate? It is a metaphysical postulate. It's not a postulate about the real world. It is a fantasy. It's a fantasy approved or laid down by Western authority. It's a fantasy usually about infinity. No, points are, they don't have any size. Lines are infinitely thin. No real line, no line in the real world is going to be infinitely thin. So these are fantasies. So this divorce of formal math from empirical can be checked by reading any text on mathematical logic. I've been talking about it for 20 years. You can read my Hawaii keynote from 2000, or you can read my Durban keynote from 2017 to now. And the basic cause, why do you want to prohibit the empirical? How is science going to benefit? It's not going to benefit. The church benefited because this method of proof originated with the church during the Crusades, when the church wanted to use reasoning to prove things. And it could not tolerate the empirical, because where are angels? Where is God? Where is heaven? You can't produce any empirical proof of any of those things. So, but people don't know. They don't know formal math. They are frightened of math, and they are frightened of math because they don't understand. However, what happens is they have what I call the it works superstition. I think you need to think about this. It works. They feel, oh, it works. Anywhere you go. I mean, whether it is Malaysia or Iran or Palestine or wherever, you have this people saying this all the time. Oh, they have sent a man to the moon. They have sent a rocket to the moon. So it works. But it works. What works? See, it works is also used by astrologers to defend astrology. They would say it works. So there are two problems. Does it really work, and what works? So in the case of mathematics, the problem is what works. And the superstitious don't know because they never calculated a rocket trajectory. How do you calculate a rocket trajectory? I have done it. I teach it. It's very simple. The calculation uses normal math, not formal math. So what works is normal math. The credit goes to formal math. It is like, slave and master. Slave does the work, master gets the money. So easiest proof that calculation of rocket trajectories is normal math is that trajectories are calculated on computers today. NASA does it on computers, so does ISRO do. So what do computers use? They cannot use real numbers. They use floating point numbers. They are completely distinct from formal real numbers because of floating point numbers. Even the associative law for addition does not hold. I have an example. I have a program. You can see a C program. I've been giving it for the last 20 years. I'm tired of talking about it. You can see these latest articles on calculus in Bology. I had a reference, but I'll put this up afterwards. So the point is that it works is a bad superstition because you don't know what works. And the basic confusion arises because actually, if you see most school math, whether you're looking at arithmetic or algebra or trigonometry and especially calculus, it was normal math which went to Europe from India. So arithmetic, for example, Arabic numerals or algorithms or zero, or algebra, which was Abhyakt Ganit, which was translated by Al-Khwarizmi as Algebra wal Muqabla, probability and statistics. So I have an article on that. So all this stuff went as normal math except for geometry. And anyway, when it came back as formal math after colonization. So let me again summarize. Formal math prohibits the empirical, but is used in contemporary science. So it is used to slip in all kinds of metaphysical assumptions without people knowing or understanding. Example is Penrose-Hawking singularity theory, and I have written about it. So it can be used to play havoc. So it works. What works in math is because in practice, normal math is used, not formal math. Everywhere, whether you go to a shop or whether you are calculating a rocket trajectory, or you are doing artificial intelligence, or you're doing machine intelligence, or whatever statistics you are using, you are not using Lebesgue measure. You are defining Lebesgue measure, but what you use will be always some simple calculation. So third point is that math went to Europe from India as normal math, but was returned as formal math. The same thing was given a coating. It is possible to formalize anything. It was formalized and returned to India during colonialism and declared to be superior. Now, I want to take especially the case of calculus, that in the 16th century, as you know, Cochin-based Jesuits translated and sent Indian texts to Rome. Why did they do that? Because they wanted the precise trigonometric values. What for? For the European navigational problem. Please remember, when they came, India was very rich, Europeans were very poor. And their European dreams of wealth rested on overseas trade or piracy or whatever else. And for that, to bring the wealth back home, they have to have good navigation, because the ship sinks, all the wealth is gone. So it was a very big problem in Europe. So they sent these texts translated and sent these texts to Rome, from where they diffused. First went to Galileo, who had access to first went to Tycho Brahe, to Galileo, to Christoph Clavius, to Julius Scaliger, and so on. And then from there, it went to Kepler, also it went to Galileo, to Cavalieri, to Fermat, Pascal, Newton, and Leibniz. And they have a very rotten principle called the doctrine of Christian discovery, on which they say, Vasco da Gama discovered India. What? You people, you exist here, you did not matter. Like they killed everybody in the Americas, so they don't matter. The doctrine of Christian discovery says, first Christian to sight a piece of land becomes its owner. It is part of current US law. I've talked about it, won't talk about it. So when you say Newton discovered calculus, that is what it means. It's a doctrine of Christian discovery, it applies. And the problem is my epistemic test, that those who steal knowledge don't fully understand it. So Newton, Leibniz, Descartes, they did not understand what the calculus was. Basically, as I said, those who steal do not understand. Like students who cheat and copy in an exam, they understand something, but not all of it. So Europeans could derive some practical value from calculus as the numerical solution of differential equations. They could obtain the precise trigonometric values, but they did not understand how to sum infinite series. Infinite series was summed in India. How Indians did it? Nilkant in his Aryabhatiya Bhashya, Ganit 70s, commentary on Ganit 17. I can't show it to you, unfortunately. He summed it by a process. I cannot explain it in 5 minutes to people who don't even know what exactly is meant by convergence and so on and so forth, what is meant by real numbers. So he used non-Archimedean arithmetic. That means he did not use real numbers, because real numbers are Archimedean. And non-Archimedean arithmetic has infinitesimals. And then you discard those infinitesimals on the philosophy of zeroism, or Shunyavad. I can't go into all that. The point is, it is only a Western superstition that math is exact. You prove Pythagorean theorem exactly, but it doesn't apply anywhere in the real world. Because if you apply it on the surface of the earth, it is curved. If you apply it in space, space also is curved. So it doesn't apply. It applies approximately. So you say exactitude in a fantasy world versus approximation or inexactitude in the real world. So Indians did inexactitude in the real world. That is what Ganesh is about. So anyway, the Western failure to understand led to the real numbers, because they acknowledged that they did not understand, and therefore Dedekind invented real numbers. And this was in the 19th century, late 19th century. But they used Cantorian set theory, which was bunkum, full of paradoxes. You had to wait till axiomatic set theory, which came in the 1930s. So that's when real numbers came. Now, the point is, the critical part, I would like to, I don't know how much time I have spent, but I would like 2-3 minutes more, not more than that. So the point is, we teach calculus today in that inferior way, which destroys the core of Indic thought. Why do I say it destroys the core of Indic thought? Because the whole idea of Atman and Moksha or Dharma needs quasi-cyclic time. And real numbers force superlinear time in physics. And this is done not on the basis of any physical observation, but purely through the metaphysics of formal math. And Westerners understand that conflict between real numbers and core Indic thought. I gave a talk in Berlin. You can see my video of my talk, that quasi-cyclic time versus the superlinear time of current physics forced by real numbers. So you can see that, or I gave a talk, but Indians don't get it. I gave a talk on this at the 25th Vedant Congress. Presentation is online. The video has not been made public by Dr. Balram. I believe he'll be speaking next. Video recording I did not get because basically people think it is of no importance. So anyway, to give the summary, calculus was stolen from India, hence poorly understood by Europeans, hence real numbers invented, and this use damages the core of Indian thought. I mean, you can forget about everything else if you don't have this. So question is, what should we do? We were fooled many times. We are told that real numbers with math, real numbers are rigorous, they are superior. It's just like saying whites are superior to blacks, right? That you are prohibiting pratyaksh, anti-science. Those I tried to correct things. I've got an alternative course on calculus, which uses the Indian calculus. But Indians are not willing to discuss this. And the most interesting thing is that the thesis that the calculus was stolen from India was itself stolen. It was plagiarized right in the year 2000. And Kark wrote an article claiming 3 Britishers have said that calculus originated in India. Actually, there were 3 Christians, 2 with Indian passports. One was my postdoctoral fellow. One was a Russian. None of them knew Sanskrit or math or Indian history, so I've written about it in my book. Plagiarism was exposed. There was a ethics committee. There was a newspaper article. And there were lots of mistakes, but the gullible can be fooled again and again. And so there was a huge article again in 2007, which said that these 2 fellows from Manchester, Joseph and Almeida, same chaps, they cheated again. And okay, that was again only Hindustan Times. It came in the front page of all newspapers. Only Hindustan Times published the retraction. Then more recently, Panchajanya interviewed me. But he believes that fake news from 2007 and ended by praising the serial plagiarists. So the point is, we have systemic problems because we have terrific amount of faith in the reliability of Western sources. That is what colonialism taught us. And there is a clamor, we did it first, and a failure to understand that we not only did it first, we did it different, we did it better. For example, the calendar, for example, the method of doing geometry, but we are unable to teach the difference because of a blind desire to imitate the West. So calculus was stolen, poorly understood, hence real numbers. They damage the core of Indic thought. I cannot explain it in such short time, but there are many practical advantages to Indian calculus with limit. Let me conclude. Indian thought was scientific, accepted pratyaksh, but rejected analogy and authority as weak. But contemporary science accepts analogy based heavily on Western social approval and authority. And contemporary science uses formal math, which is far more insidious, which prohibits the empirical, forcing reliance on Western authority. And what works is normal math. Formal math just grabs the credit, and through formal math, church superstitions about infinity and eternity creep in into science, and they are fatal to the core of human thought. Thank you. I'm sorry this thing did not work. I had warned about it. It always fails. It often
Yes.
fails.
Yes, sir, you did. Well, we use StreamYard usually at the Gyan Bharati, but we will try to kind of, resolve this. Yes,
Yeah.
and we definitely want to, host you for a longer kind of, expansion on many of the
Yeah.
points which I feel are very relevant and very important. I have one interesting question that has come through. It's actually in three parts. I'd like you to please condense and try to address as much as you can. Are these four pramanas truly independent in nature? Is Shabda Praman based on someone else's pratyaksh or anuman? Or am I making a basic mistake in understanding the concept of pramanas itself?
A Shabda Praman is based on hearsay. What somebody else has, it could be based on somebody else's pratyaksh. For example, when you call a witness in legal testimony, you are asking for a Shabda Praman, which is what he saw. But the point is, the question is, how is it reliable? Is the reliability is it manifest that the person is honest, or it is inferred that, okay, this chap did this, and therefore, so in that sense, Shabda Praman is not really independent of those two. At least that is the Buddhist objection. So it's not independent.
Yeah. So I think, yes, so that was the main question, the one question we had. So, sir, I would like to thank you for sharing your thoughts and insights today. As I said, I think there's so much to kind of expand on, and we would be very grateful if we could host you for a longer kind of discussion on this. Thank you so much for
Not
sharing.
on StreamYard. We do it on Zoom or something else.
Oh yes, right, sir. We will definitely look into that as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you.
So next in line, we have a very eminent seer and philosopher, a scholar of the highest order, who has interestingly done his doctoral research in the area of theoretical physics. I met him a couple of years back in London when I had an interaction with him at a symposium as well. I'm really happy to have here with us Swami Atma Priyananda Maharaj of the Ramakrishna Mission. So, Swamiji?
Yeah. So you have my presentation with you. Can you share
yes,
that?
Yes. Presentation, yeah.
Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahe Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the Supreme Being protect us both, the teacher and the disciple, by revealing to us the true nature of knowledge. May the Supreme Being protect us both, the teacher and the disciple, by revealing to us the application of that knowledge. May we both, the teacher and the disciple, strive together for the acquisition of knowledge. May the knowledge and the wisdom that we acquire be effective and illuminative. May there be no dissension and disharmony between us. Om Peace, Peace, Peace. Om Namah Shri Yatirajaya Vivekananda Suraye Satchit Sukha Swarupaya Swamine Tapaharine. I bow down to Swami Vivekananda, the king of monks and renouncers, and the son of spiritual knowledge, and the embodiment of existence consciousness, bliss absolute, and the remover of the sorrows of all mankind. I will discuss a few fundamental Vedantic principles which are in tune with modern science. Can you go to the next slide? Oh. Swami Vivekananda was a pioneer, as you know, who struggled hard to spread the message of Vedanta across the globe. His famous words, we may recall his famous words, which Swamiji wrote in a letter dated 17 February 1896. It's a remarkable passage, which I'm very fond of repeating again and again, to put the Hindu ideas into English and make out of dry philosophy an intricate mythology and pure startling psychology, a religion which shall be easy, simple, popular, and at the same time meet the requirements of the highest minds, is a task only those can understand who have attempted it. The dry, abstract Advaita should become living, poetic in everyday life. Out of hopelessly intricate mythology must come concrete moral forms, and out of bewildering yogism must come the most scientific and practical psychology. And all this must be put in a form so that even a child may grasp it. And that is my life's work. What Swami Vivekananda meant was that the Hinduism, being as old as the earth, how many millennia old, nobody knows. Some people say 5,000, 6,000, the Rig Veda and so on. And the kinds of spiritual thought which have been developed in Hinduism over the millennia by hundreds of thousands of people who have been researching into the inner life of the world, of the spirit and consciousness, giving up everything else, having known that the world which is inside you, in the mind and consciousness, the inner world is much more fascinating than the outer world. Swami Vivekananda once said, the outer nature is extraordinary, grand, beautiful, the sun and the moon and the stars and the nebulae. But much grander is the inner world of the spirit, of consciousness and the mind and so on. In the outer world, the Europe excelled, and the inner world, Asians, particularly Indians, excelled. When the Indians came to understand that by exploring the microcosm, you can have a clear idea of the macrocosm because of the great realization, which is one of the grandest and the most fundamental realizations of the Indian mind, which is very much in tune with the modern science, which says the micro and the macro are one unity. Having realized this, the Indian mind decided that they shall not anymore go for exploration of the macrocosm. Can you go to the next slide? So the three fundamental principles in tune with modern science are the classification principle, the generalization principle, and the unification principle. These are exactly what the modern scientific investigations talk about, and the whole journey of science in modern times, last couple of centuries, is based upon the idea of how ideas can be classified, concepts can be classified, notions can be classified, discoveries can be classified, and how generalization is a remarkable process by which you can come to the fundamental truths, ultimate laws of science, and ultimate unification. Some examples I give from science as well as Vedanta, in physics and chemistry particularly. Most of you know the classification of matter. The matter we talk about, although science does not know what is the meaning of matter, we talk about matter, we talk about time, we talk about space, but we do not know fundamentally what they are, or the nature, and what they are defined. Professor Shishir Roy's talk in this webinar, where he discussed time. We do not know what exactly the nature of time. And so much of research has gone in India about the nature of time. Matter is classified into three states of matter: liquid, solid, and gas, corresponding perhaps to sattva, rajas, and tamas. The tamasic state is the state of a solid, the rajasic state is the state of a liquid, and the sattvic state corresponds to the state of gas, perhaps. Elementary particles, for example, can be classified according to spin statistics. This is due to the genius of a physicist by Wolfgang Pauli, who said spin and statistics are related, and particles which obey Fermi-Dirac statistics called fermions, half-integral particles, and those who obey Bose-Einstein statistics called bosons, they are integral spin particles. And they can also be classified according to the interactions: strong interactions, weak interactions, electromagnetic interactions, gravitational interactions, so on. So leptons, weak interacting particles; hadrons, strong interacting particles, and so on. There are several varieties of classification. In chemistry, the classification of elements in the periodic table is well known. When almost 92 elements were discovered, then people thought up a way of classifying them according to the way these elements interact with one another. The famous law of the periodic table, is that every element in the periodic table interacts with every other element in such a way as to attain the inert gas configuration nearest to it in the periodic table, which is a great philosophical idea in Vedanta. Why inert gas? In that case, it will be most stable, because inert gases just don't interact. Einstein very funnily formulated a theory called the theory of cosmic laziness. Every particle in the world wants to be lazy, and that, Vedantically put, it is not laziness, it is the highest of sattva, in which you just want to be calm with yourself. It's called the idea of Atma Rama. Atma Rama, Atma Krida, Atmarati Kriyavan Brahmavidam Varishtha, Mundakopanishad. You just don't want to interact with anybody because you are content with yourself. Then Vedanta, for example, how many kinds of sorrow do you have? You will say it is innumerable. Can you classify them? They classified in three categories: Adi Bhautika, Adi Daivika, and Adhyatmika sorrows. Classification of body is a Shariratraya, the physical body, which is Sthula, gross, the Sukshma Sharira, consisting of the mind, consisting of Prana and Vijnana, and the Karna Sharira, which is beyond that, which is called the Anandamaya. Human aspirations. This is very interesting. How many kinds of things that you are seeking in life? What do you want in life? I want this, I want that. How many kinds of wants do you have? Oh, I have innumerable wants. Can you classify them? See, the classificatory genius of the ancients, you can classify them, of course. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. These are called Chaturvida Purusharthas, the four Purusha Artha, Purushena Arthita, that which is sought for, aspired for by a human being. Purushartha. Then classification, the 5 selves. The individual being can be classified into 5 layers: the Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya, Atma. And yoga classifies all obstacles, the Pancha Klesha, 5 different kleshas. And the 5 steps, limbs of yoga, starting from Yamaniyama, ending in Samadhi. Ashtanga Yoga, Yamaniyama Asana, Pranayama Pratyahara, Dharana Dhyana Samadhi, and the different varieties of Samadhi. Even in the highest spiritual experience, they have classified different kinds of experience into Vichara Vitarka, Ananda Aspita, Samprajnata, and Asamprajnata. Then we'll go to the next slide. Now, the generalization principle is extremely important in physics as well as in Vedanta. Swami Vivekananda's lecture on Reason and Religion, he says, we go from the particular to the general, general to the more general, and more general to the most general of the universal. This is how science has progressed and Vedanta has progressed. Swami Vivekananda gives the example. When Newton saw an apple fall, he did not take it as an isolated incident. He referred it to objects falling in general and generalized further. Ultimately, he discovered the universal law of gravitation. The particular to the general, general to the more general to the most general. How do you generalize this? So I am a human being in India. I call myself an Indian. I call myself a male person. I call myself a monk of the Ramakrishna order, and so on. Now, there are several people in a conference. Somebody is male, somebody is female, somebody is an Indian, somebody is an European, somebody is an American. So how do you generalize this? You say all of us as human beings. There's a cat or dog which is peeping and says, what about me? Are you going to leave me out? No. Yeah, I include you also. I generalize still further. Living being. Then what about the tables and the chairs and the microphone, the internet that you use? Are you going to leave them out? No. You say being. Being is the most general, which is called Sat. And consciousness, which is the most general, is something which is self-revealing. You do not require consciousness to be revealed by something else, but you require a jada padartha, an inert object, to be revealed by consciousness. And therefore, the Sat is self-revealing or consciousness, awareness, and awareness of Sat is Ananda. So the most general description of the Supreme Being, the greatest generalization, it is Sat Chit Ananda, and that is our real nature. How can that be our real nature? Simple logic through the generalization principle. What is the logic? You are Sat Chit Ananda Swarupa. That is the theorem which you have to prove. Now, if you are constantly changing, you can't be eternal, because anything which is changing is perishable. By definition, the Supreme Being, Sat, is not perishable, because if it perishes, then the Satatva of this object, the existence, is gone. Existence can never be non-existence. Perishing means non-existence. Nasato vidyate bhavo, na bhavo vidyate sata, ubhyorupi. Both of them are being seen by a tattvadarshi. Ubhyorupi drishtontas tanayos tattvadarshibhi. Existence can never become non-existence. Non-existence can never become existence. And therefore, existence, Sat, has to be changeless, imperishable. What is change? Change takes place in time, space, and therefore causation. And that which is beyond time and space is timeless and not confined in a space. That has to be infinite. Why? Because if it is finite, it will be within space, within time. So if it is infinite, it has to be one. Why? Because infinity can't be many, as Swami Vivekananda beautifully explains. So there are two infinities. One will impinge upon the other and both will become finite. So if the infinity is one, that has to be me. Why? If it is apart from me, there'll be two. And therefore, I am that infinite existence, knowledge, bliss, Sat Chit Ananda Swarupa. That is embodied in the famous Mahavakyas, Aham Brahmasmi, Tat Tvamasi, Ayam Atma Brahma, Prajnanam Brahma. Generalization principle. Atomic structure, Faraday's electromagnetic induction, nuclear models, all of them are great examples of generalization based on the idea of symmetry. This is also a great principle in science, which Vedanta has discovered long ago. There's a great symmetry in nature, and symmetry is related to invariance or changelessness. There's a theorem in physics called the Noise Theorem, which says symmetry is directly related to invariance. The Noise Theorem in physics. And the symmetry is related to beauty, and we therefore say the Supreme Being is Sundaram, Satyam, Shivam, Shantam. These are adjectives used for the Supreme Being: truth, beauty, and goodness. Also, in the Socrates said about the Greek philosophy. And Einstein's theory of relativity, in a sense, is a theory of invariance. We talk about Einstein's theory of relativity, first postulate. All the frames of reference are relative and on equal footing. But the second postulate says the velocity of light in a vacuum is an invariant constant. Only if there is an invariance, there is something which is changeless. Change, relativity can have meaning. Without a reference to absolute, relativity has no meaning. The generalization principle. The third principle, which is there in the next slide. Next slide. The unification principle. The unification principle is a remarkable principle. The human mind has a peculiar tendency to go on unifying. We are not satisfied with the many. We are not satisfied with fragmentation. Unify. Einstein's whole life was spent in the later days in the quest for unified field theory. And now we are talking about grand unification theories or guts. All of you may know about Stephen Hawking's theory of everything and the concept of cyberspace and the Internet of Things, IoT. And the Hiranyagarbha, the cosmic mind in Vedanta, is that cosmic mind, the supreme being in which all knowledge exists. If the Internet had consciousness, that should be perhaps called the Hiranyagarbha. And what is the basis of this? The quest for unification is called Ekatva Vijnana in Vedanta. We'll go to the next slide. So these fundamental quests in Upanishads are in tune with modern science. The first is the quest for unity. So you search for unity in everything. The mind which looks for unity is a mind which is integral, which is whole. This is called the Sattvika Jnana in Bhagavad Gita, 18th chapter, 20th verse, 1820. Sarva bhuteshu enekam bhavam avyayam ikshate abhivaktam vivakteshu jnanam vidhi sattvikam. Sarvabhuteshu vibhakteshu, in all the beings which appear to be fragmented and different, yena, by which knowledge, ekam avyayam bhavam mikshate, one avyaya, undecaying, eternal principle is being sought. That jnana is called sattviki jnana. The jnana or the knowledge which always is fragmentary, which breaks up, is rajasic jnana. The jnana which is tamasic takes a small part and thinks that is a whole. That leads to fanaticism. The whole idea of fanaticism in any sphere of life, which we are witnessing now more and more in the world, is the idea of Kupamanduka, the frog in the well story of Swami Vivekananda. A frog was living in a well, and another frog came from the sea, and he said, "Where is the sea? Is it as big as my well?" The second frog said, "How can you compare the sea with your well?" Then he said, "No, there can't be anything bigger than my well. My well alone is the greatest." Swami Vivekananda says, interestingly, "I am a Hindu, I live in a well and say, that is me, the only well. You are a Christian, live in a well and then say, that is the only truth. Somebody is a Muslim, somebody is a Sikh, every person, even in science, there are schools of thought. Einstein, towards the end of his life, differed so much with people who are propagating the idea of the probabilistic interpretation of science. Niels Bohr and Einstein had a big debate in the Solvay Congress. Einstein said, "I can't believe God plays dice. There can't be a probability. It is deterministic. We don't know the laws of determinism. There are hidden variables." Niels Bohr quipped, "You can't dictate to God what he should do." So even in science, there are predilections, there are biases, there are prejudices, sticking to a particular point of view and say, this is the only truth. The microcosm-macrocosm unity, which is called in science the dynamic equilibrium. Equilibrium usually we think is static and tranquil. Science talks about dynamic equilibrium, and Vedanta discovered long ago that our entire life is a dynamic equilibrium of the individual and the collective, of the microcosm and the macrocosm, Vyashti and Samashti. I have supported by the two quotations from the Upanishad. Ekena sarvam vijnatam syat. Ekatva vijnana. By knowing that fundamental principle which is one, everything becomes clear. Kasmin bhagavo vijnate sarvamidam vijnatam bhavatiti Mundakopanishad. Angiras is a great sage who was questioned by Shaunaka. "Sir, what is it by knowing which everything is known?" The theory of everything and the unified field theory. Quest began thousands of years ago in India. Can I know the fundamental basis of everything, which they found as consciousness, knowing which everything can become known? And anoraniyan mahato mahiyan Atma sajantor nihito guhayam tamakrito pashyadi vitashogo dhatu prasadan mahimanam atmana kathopanishad 1 to 20 is anoraniyan, the smaller of this, the smaller than the smallest, mahato mahiyan, bigger than the biggest. How can the same thing be the smaller than the smallest and the bigger than the biggest? Because the microcosm and the macrocosm are the same. Swami Vivekananda had a realization in Almora and the Himalayas, and later on he records in his diary, "Today I have seen the entire universe in an atom." The microcosm and the macrocosm are built on the same plan. They are identical. The most fundamental quests of the Upanishads in tune with the modern science. Then next slide. Second quest, the quest of continuum. All of you know that Einstein, for the first time, unified space and time. Space and time are not two separate entities. You can't talk about space and time, you talk about space time. Now, what later on the general theory is that space, time, and matter can be unified, which led to the theory of gravitation. And in the presence of massive matter, space-time is curved, the curvature of space-time. And Vedanta generalized this even more, much earlier, long ago, so millennia after millennia ago. Space, time, matter, life, mind, consciousness continuum. This is from the Taittiriya Upanishad. Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya, Atma. The physical body, Annamaya, and the vital body with the Pranamaya, the mental body, which is the Manomaya, and the higher intuitive intelligence body, which is the Vijnanamaya, and the blissful body, which is the Anandamaya. All of them form a single continuum without any hiatus or gap. This is called Tenesha Purnaha, the quest for interconnectedness, which is called the oneness of existence, solidarity of the universe. The word which is used in the Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad, Otaprota. The entire world is interconnected. This is a very, very important philosophical principle in Vedanta, and Bhagavan Buddha used it. This Pratitya Samutpada, from which he derived the idea of compassion or Mahakaruna, and interconnectedness leads to interdependence. You can't be isolated anymore. Just like in the human body, millions and billions of cells constituting the human body cooperate with each other, connected to each other, dependent on one another, make the functioning of the body smooth and happy and harmonious. Exactly the same way, the entire universe is an interconnected, interdependent whole. More and more we are realizing this. This webinar which you are conducting through the cyberspace and the internet is a glorious example of the interconnectedness. When one cell in the human body refuses to get connected and harmoniously cooperate, then it is called the cancerous cell. So if you misbehave, if a country misbehaves, if a person misbehaves in a family, there will be terrible tension, as we are seeing in the world everywhere. And the indivisibility of knowledge. Unfortunately, we have divided knowledge into compartments: physical science, life science, mental science, etc. Now, in ancient India, knowledge was one, akhanda, akhandatva vijnana. In the Mundaka Upanishad, once again, Angiras, the great sage, says, Ve vidye veditavye parachaiva paracha. The paravidya and the aparavidya form one continuum. Knowledge is indivisible. Next. This will lead to a third quest, which is the bhuma jigyasa. A bhuma means infinite. Yo vai bhuma tat sukham na alpe sukhamasti. Bhumatveva vigyasitavya iti. Bhumanam bhavato vijigyasayati. Chandra. Joy is there only in the infinite. In the finite, there is no joy. Yo bhuma vai tat sukham. And satyam jnanam anantam brahma. Next quest. Mrityunjay is writing something there. Fourth quest, knowledge for the quest for great power. There's a Mahashakti which is moving in the entire universe, which is called Prakriti or Mahamaya in Vedanta and Tantra. And in science, we call it force or energy. Brahma Shaktya Adhishthanam hi Chakshuradinam Darshanadi Samarthyam Swatah Kashthaloshta Samani hi Tani Chaitanyatma Jyotihi Shunyani. This is Brihadaranyaka Bhashya, Shankara Bhashya. With the Brahma Shakti, which is the basis of everything, all the various sense organs function, and all the various objects which are jada, inert, can't function without the Chaitanya, the Shakti of Chaitanya. The idea of Shakti is an important philosophical and spiritual quest which the Vedanta and Tantra they resolved. And Sri Ramakrishna said, Brahman and Brahma Shakti are abhed. Shakti and Brahman are non-different. Then We'll just conclude now. Next. Just two quotations of Einstein, which I'm very fond of. Einstein said, "My religion consists of a humble adoration of an illimitable intelligence which our dull faculties can comprehend only in the most primitive form." And one more beautiful statement of Einstein about religion and about science. Next one. The most profound and the most sublime experience that one can have is the sensation of the mystical. It is truly the source of all science. A person who is a stranger to this emotion, who can no longer marvel and wonder in rapt awe, is as good as dead. To know that what is impenetrable really exists, manifesting itself is the highest wisdom and the most radiant beauty that our dull faculties can comprehend only in the most primitive forms. This is the knowledge, the realization which constitutes true spirituality. The cosmic, religion, and mystical consciousness is the noblest mainspring of all scientific research. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Thank you.
Thank you, Swamiji, for a very well framed and comprehensive discussion on the various levels of reality. We have a few questions from our viewers, so I'll just go to the first one. How do we go about with this classification through consciousness or through matter? Advait's point is rational, logical, also scientific and convincing, but what about Sankhya and Vaisheshika's analysis?
The questioner himself is not clear about what he is questioning. We can't do anything except through consciousness. This question, when you're being asked,
Yes.
is the question asking through consciousness or through matter? See, there is no question of rationality or irrationality. All the systems are like theories to look at the reality. It is just like in science, we have so many theories. Theory for the creation of the universe. Universe was created with a big bang. That's one theory. Steady state theory. Oscillating universe. There's so many theories of the universe. Whenever the human mind wants to grasp something which is not known, it brings up with models or theories. You can't claim that I know the truth because I do not know as much as nobody knows. So I come out one theory. In science also we do that. And when new facts come up, you fine-tune your theory to suit the new facts. Sometimes rival theories come up. What is nucleus like? It was thought nucleus like shell model of the nucleus, the magic numbers and so on, which explains certain phenomena. Then what about the nuclear fusion? That is not explicable through shell model. You bring out a liquid drop model. Then they said, no, there can't be two rival models. Let us have a unified model of the nucleus. So continuously human mind is exploring. Nyaya Vaisheshika is one way of looking at the reality. Don't say Advaita is rational, something is not rational. A rationality itself is a myth. What do you call rational? There is a famous theorem called the Gödel's theorem, which completely smashed to smithereens the idea of mathematical logic, which is very carefully built up by Bertrand Russell at Whitehead. They said, your mathematical logic goes and stops at a point. What do you mean by rationality? Rationality itself is a myth. What appears to be rational to you is irrational to somebody else. How far can your intellect go? The ultimate truth cannot be known through reason, however much you reason. And therefore the famous parable which Ramakrishna gave, it is in the Jain philosophy, the parable of the blind people looking at the elephant. Somebody caught hold of the ear and said the elephant is like a fan. Somebody caught the trunk, elephant like it's a pipe. And somebody caught hold of the legs, elephant is a big pillar. Were they wrong? No, each one is right. But what is the problem? Each one is right, but not fully right. All the various theories which science comes up, even Vedanta comes up. Even Advaita is only one particular way of looking at reality. Advaita cannot claim superiority. Sometimes it does, saying that the only rational theory, if it is rational to you, something else is rational to me. Vishishta Advaita may be rational to somebody else. The whole idea is, as Ramakrishna beautifully put it, as Swami Vivekananda echoed it later on, do not say, I have known the reality. Your view of reality is a partial view, but you are satisfied with it. Stick to it, explore, and finally you will know the reality is something unknown. Sri Ramakrishna's beautiful two parables. An ant went to a sugar hill and it ate one small particle of sugar, it was satisfied. It took one more particle and walking back to its little hole and looked at the mountain and said, next time on, I will bring the whole sugar and put it, whole hill and put it in my little hole. That is the
Yes.
human mind. And Swami Vivekananda talked about the frog and the well. He also said, Ramakrishna also said, a salt doll went to measure the depth of the ocean. And what will happen? It melts away into the ocean. So the way to realize the truth is to become it, and therefore you can no longer claim that I know it.
Beautifully said, Swamiji. Beautifully said. I think we'll keep to that. Thank you so much, Swamiji, for bringing this perspective, a lot of insight into various aspects from a Vedantic point of view, from a spiritual and intuitive point of view. We are really grateful for your perspective and your thoughts today. Thank you, Swamiji.
Thank you.
So, from that very insightful and meaningful conversation on the Vedantic principles and how they are in tune with modern scientific principles, we would like to now go towards the talk by Padma Shri Professor Subhash Kharji. He will be talking on the current crisis of science and the relevance of Indic thought. So, without further ado, I would like to give it to Professor Kak.
Thank you very much, Mrityunjay. Delighted to be a part of this wonderful webinar. I have been able to attend the previous talks. Beautiful, very illuminating. Now, let me jump into my story. What is the modern crisis of science? First of all, we can speak of it from many different perspectives. First of all, cosmology. In cosmology, we are being forced to assume 67% of the universe is dark energy, because otherwise we can't explain the accelerating expansion of the universe. We assume 28% is dark matter, because we can't explain the motions of the stars in various different galaxies otherwise. So the two of them taken together is 95%. And then 4.5% is interstellar dust. So that makes it 99.5%. So in other words, our current science is able to explain only 0.5% of the universe. And that could not be satisfactory. So this is one crisis. Second crisis, the whole problem of consciousness, that here you have the silicon machine, which is not conscious, while you have the neural machine of the brain, which is conscious. So where does the consciousness coming from? And if it's just a kind of an epiphenomenon, a kind of a trace left in the brain, then where does the idea of freedom coming from, or agency coming from? And of course, there are physicists or other scholars of science who are speaking of how maybe all human beings are just like zombies, that we believe that we have freedom, but in reality we don't. And that could not be satisfactory. And this is a crisis. The third is that in neuroscience itself, you don't have any specific single neural correlate of consciousness. So where does consciousness reside? Where does the self who watches the images supposedly impinging in the back of the brain watch it? And if there are specific cells which do this watching, then what cells are watching this watcher? So there is this infinite regress there. Then you have the problem of medicine, and this is called the replication crisis of medicine. There are certain fields in medicine where 70 to 90% of all the clinical research cannot be replicated. And then you have the United States, the world's wealthiest nation, which spends 20% of its GDP to healthcare, where the fatality rate from COVID is running to over 3,000, while countries like India, it's only 370. And if Americans don't trust Indian figures, well, what about even countries like Bangladesh or Pakistan or Thailand, where again it's running into the hundreds, and then you have countries like Nigeria, where it's as low as 15 per million. So the discrepancy is so huge. Is it because modern medicine, by looking at the body just as a machine, is missing out on things? And we do know, and modern medicine does recognize it, that you have something called the placebo or the nocebo effect. In placebo effect, the mind-body interaction is such that 30 to 40% of the people get well without medicine using placebos. And likewise, you can even have placebo surgeries where the surgeon just makes an incision and stitches you back up without doing anything inside. And patients seem to get well because of that also. And in the nocebo effect, people who have had placebos seem to get the same kind of side effects that actual bad or powerful medications seem to give to the individual. So how does the mind and the body interact? Now, all of these crises are also related to perhaps the future of the world, in the sense that the world is at an inflection point. And inflection point in the sense that because of pervasive automation, more and more jobs will be done by machines, and just self-driving cars would render 30 to 50% of all people out of work. So what happens to the world of the future 30, 40, 50 years from now, or 100 years from now, where almost everything is done by machines? And if machines themselves become conscious, as a minority of scientists believe, then of course humanity will be gone, because machines will have no use for human beings, pesky little creatures that we are, unhappy all the time. So what will happen to the world? And I think in all of these crises, Indian thought comes in center stage, and it can provide resolution in so many different perspectives. Now, first of all, the current crisis that we have in the United States itself, about 120,000 people died last year of drug overdose and drug addictions. And why are these young people killing themselves? Because they are extremely unhappy with this framework of the machine view of reality, and that they are nothing but machines, which is, of course, at variance with the Vedic view, where there are two aspects to reality. Swami Atma Priyananda ji spoke about the Vidya and the Avidya, or the Apara and the Para. The Apara is the materialistic or material aspect of the body, and Para is consciousness. Even in the classical or orthodox Copenhagen interpretation of quantum theory, you have the observer and the object are always apart from each other. You cannot explain the observer using the equations of quantum theory. So consciousness and materiality are two aspects of the same reality, which is certainly the Vedantic view. And therefore, the question arises, how do you, if in the last 50, 70 years, and there's been pushbacks to the orthodox Copenhagen interpretation of quantum theory, as we all know, and trying to come up with a all material framework where the observer himself is viewed as another quantum system. And we know that these perspectives have not been successful. So if we go back to the way quantum theory, since it's come up already, Professor Raju, and I was delighted to hear him once again after many years, pointed out that the framework, the orthodox interpretation in the understanding of pioneers like Schrödinger was perfectly, exactly consistent with Vedanta, because their consciousness and materiality are two sides of the same reality. And therefore, and that's the reason why you have all these paradoxes, which in the Vedic view are, of course, viewed as paroksha. And it's from the perspective of self-learning, you go through a whole staircase of various parokshas, and as you transcend them, your understanding deepens, and your understanding or your sense of what this reality is changes. Now, of course, this is something that everybody is aware of. Quantum mechanics, the deepest theory of physics that we have, its creator, or one of the two creators, Erwin Schrödinger himself, was a Vedantin. And in his autobiography, he claimed that the central idea of superposition came to him from the Mahavakya, I am Atma Brahma, that this small Atman, infinitesimal Atman, is the entire cosmos, that this one state is a sum of all possible possibilities. Now, of course, this raises many questions as well. And these questions are such as how does consciousness and materiality interact with each other? Because, of course, in one sense, we are always reacting and reacting to the system that we are in, which could be viewed as an ecological view of the self. So we are always reacting, which is what karma is. In fact, Vaisheshika also came up in the previous talk, and the Vaisheshika is not in contradiction with Vedanta. These are different perspectives on reality. You know, if you are out in space in a room, you'll have 6 different walls, and these are Vaisheshika and Nyaya, or Sankhya and Yoga, or Purva Mimamsa and Vedanta, Uttar Mimamsa, are different perspectives on reality. And so in Vaisheshika, in Nyaya's, in Kanada's Vaisheshika Sutras, one of the sutra is Karya Virodhi Karma. In other words, to every action, Karya is action, Virodhi is opposition, Karma is reaction. To every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And there's this amazing sutras, which I would suggest physicists in India or other scholars in India should give more attention to, because Kanada's system not only looks at the physical system in terms of an atomic nature and motion, because Kanada says that whatever physical properties there are, you should be able to explain in terms of motion of the various padarthas. And there are these 4 atomic padarthas, they're Mahabhutas. But he also has space for consciousness, because what is consciousness and mind? Both consciousness and mind, of course, is atomic. So I think this really touches on the central crisis that science is facing, is that it's tried to push out the mind, and mind has to come in, and the interaction of the mind, or consciousness and materiality, which is a kind of a mystery. Although my late friend George Sudarshan and his student Vaidyanath Misra wrote a paper in the 70s on titled The Quantum Zeno Effect, where they showed how by observation itself, you can either freeze the evolving state of a quantum system, normally determined by the Schrodinger's equation. You can freeze it, or later on, you can also steer it depending upon how you interact with the system. By observation alone, you can steer the state to whatever state that you want. And this is the interaction between consciousness and the physical system. And as we all know, the quantum Zeno effect has been shown and demonstrated in the lab on countless occasions. So this is an important perspective. And as we know that this was already a part of Vedanta, and in Vedanta, this question of how does the Devata interact with the Srishti, because if Srishti is determined, the evolution of Srishti is determined by Rita, by laws, then where does the freedom of the Devata come in? So this was responded to a long time ago, centuries ago, in the perspective called Drishti Srishti Vada, that through Drishti alone, through observation alone, the divinity is able to transform reality. And this, as we know, very early on, and we see it through history of art, because we have proof of it. The idea of Maheshwara, Krishna speaking that within each individual is Maheshwara, the Ishvara, and this as the central principle which gives freedom was spread all over the world. Certainly through Central Asia and China and Japan and East Asia. And in fact, even now, in all the Mahayana viharas, most people don't even know it, but the most popular chants is the Nilakantha Dharani. In the Nilakantha Dharani, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara worships Harihara, both Vishnu, as well as Nilakantha, Shiva, for being the exemplar of the most compassionate being, because Nilakantha swallowed the halahala poison to save the world. And of course, this is also another way of looking at it is that since Shivoham, since the awareness within each is Shiva himself, so this awareness takes this recognition that everything is going to come to an end. This is this bitter poison that consciousness, one's awareness, has to hold on to. And it's only after one's held on to that bitter poison that one can go out and enjoy this embodied reality, which also in the Shiva Sutras, for example, one can see as embodiment of Shiva himself. So where does it take us to the practical questions of building theory? Well, in my view, where modern physics has hit a dead wall, and so has medicine, and I'll come to them very quickly. Modern medicine has hit a dead wall, is that it's tried to minimize the position of the individual, of the aware individual, the experimenter. And one reason why that's happened is because modern physics has taken the frame as a given, the frame meaning the frame of space and time. And to that, there have been some changes, let's say Einstein's of bringing in matter and all of that. But if you look at Vedanta, and if you look at descriptions in the Mahabharata or Yoga Vasishta or other texts, you have the description that everything comes from consciousness. Then it comes to Akasha, then it becomes Vayu, Tejas, Apaha, and Prithvi, and there is this inverse sequence. at Pralaya. So the important point is that Dick and Carl, space and time, emerge later from in this sequence where matter emerges. And as we know, all of this had influence on modern physics because Vivekananda spoke about this to Tesla, about conversion of energy and matter and so on. But that's a separate story that I don't want to get into right now. But if you step back and stop accepting space as a given, as I did a couple of years ago, and you can look it up in scientific reports of Nature, you can then address this whole question of the expansion starts off with one dimension and then goes off into two dimensions and then finally three dimensions. So the evolution of the universe itself should be viewed from the perspective of an explosion of dimensions. And in fact, Professor Ciceroy's good friend and my good friend Menas Kafatos and I have just written a paper on this, a huge paper. But most of the paper work has already been published. And the other side to it comes from mathematical logic theory. In mathematical logic, two dimensions or binary logic is not optimal. Ternary logic is. And binary logic has sort of handcuffed modern physics, because even John Archibald Wheeler, seduced by the power of computers in the 90s, had that slogan, "It from bit," or matter emerges from binary bit. But Wheeler did not know that in the 1970s, because logicians were aware that ternary is more efficient than binary. They were trying to create computers based on ternary logic. And finally, that effort failed because hardware based on binary gates was already established, and building ternary gates, although more efficient, was going to be more expensive. So, but now, while in integers, ternary is more efficient, which is why theoretically Ayurveda with its ternary logic is superior to allopathy with its binary logic. And this could be one of the problems. And if using ternary, maybe you could sneak in mind in some sense, and how it's got to be done, we don't know. So in other words, I'm talking of Ayurveda not just as the various Samhita or Ashtanga Hriday and just following it, but bring it in and open it up and create, using this, a framework which would be much more powerful than allopathy. But more significantly, if you accept non-integer numbers, then ternary is not optimal. Then what is optimal is E, which is 2.718. So if you accept that the dimensionality of space is non-integer, 2.718, and you'll see 2 years ago, I wrote a paper in Scientific Reports where I was able to solve this crisis in cosmology, where based on whether you're looking at early universe models of the rate at which the universe is expanding, which is based on background cosmic microwave radiation, or if you look at late universe models where you look at various stars and see how much they have moved from each other and measure speeds according to that. And they have not been able to converge. These figures have remained different, and there is a difference of about 90% of one is the other. Now, if you're looking at it in a one dimension separation, if space had a dimension of 2.718, then along one dimension it'll be 90%, and that is able to resolve that problem. In fact, if space was e-dimensional, because that is optimal, this is by mathematical logic, then one should be able to also create a framework for explaining gravitation, because you have gravitation because space is not integer dimensional. So if it's not integer dimensional, let's say it's 0.9, then objects tend to come closer and closer, and the source of gravitation, the attraction, is a property of space itself. So this is, of course, all publications like this are a part of conversation in the scientific world, and they're out there, several that I've written in the last 2 years. But the point is that what I'm trying to do is to go back to the very heart of what the Indian way of looking at reality has already been described. For example, as I mentioned in Kanada's Vaisheshika Sutras, which incidentally, for those of you who haven't seen it, I translated into a book called Matter and Mind in 2016. So you can look up the sutras, including the specific sutra of action is opposed by reaction, karya virodhi karma, and another of the Newton's laws about objects remaining in a state of motion or howsoever they are. So all of this raises amazing possibilities. One possibility is, well, why don't we step back and this is something that, of course, Professor Raju has been espousing for a long time, that let's look at our tradition in its own measure, and let's see what the framework was. The beauty of all of these shastras like Vaisheshika is that these systems were constructed with as few assumptions as possible, and since they were inspired, if you will, by consciousness reflecting on itself, which is, of course, one reason why there is such a lot of opposition to all of this, because the whole idea of progressivism is that we have reached the 21st century by virtue of small steps, conceptual and empirical. But while empirical steps have to be small steps, but and if you look at this dichotomy of analytic and synthetic, analytic related to analysis by observation, and synthetic, which is the overarching view, then the synthetic in its overarching sense already has an idea of what reality is. And I think we need to come back to what Swami Atma Priyananda ji said. All of our sciences are reside in our consciousness. Consciousness is primary, but of course we cannot leave out the embodied world and live only in consciousness. Ultimately, as the poet has said, consciousness and materiality are like two wings of the bird. And if each one is a bird and we must fly high or soar in the sky, we must look at both these sides. Western science crisis is by privileging materiality. And I think what Western science needs to do is to bring in consciousness in a more vital way. And in a certain sense, people like Einstein did that, or in a certain sense, some of modern physics, the moment you bring in entropy, because entropy is a property of collectives, that's where mind comes in any way. So we need to emphasize this. So thank you very much. I think I should stop here. I have, I believe, tied up various threads. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kak. I would like to start by saying that I did read your paper on the optimal dimensionality being non-integral in the scientific reports, and I think it was a very insightful and meaningful work. And also neural quantum computing, of course, my area being quantum computing as well. So I just wanted to ask you about consciousness, right? This idea of consciousness and the way Western kind of scientists have been approaching it. So I have myself worked with Professor Brian Josephson, who has been looking at mind-matter unification. But there have been people like Tononi, for instance, who looks at it from the integrated information theory. There are various other formalisms and understandings of the same. But it still is at variance with the idea that it is not inherently reductionist in a certain way, because when we are trying to put it in Tononi's language, for instance, it is about the integrability, it is about the correlations between different subsets of the information itself. So what do you think is actually lacking in the way we are approaching consciousness in the modern kind of framework or paradigm, and what needs to be infused into it to possibly kind of, reach the optimal state of understanding of this idea? Yeah.
Well, I think Tononi is totally wrong. This whole idea of explaining information from the perspective of complexity or information in different modules, I don't think that gets it at all. I think, the central thing is consciousness, as Mundaka Upanishad itself. Consciousness is not a property of matter. Consciousness is something else. So if it's not a property of matter, just like in Plato's cave, you have these shadows. You can see its shadows, the workings of consciousness through materiality, through embodiments. But that does not explain consciousness, right? So consciousness, therefore, will not be a theory, will never be an apara. Apara is a theory and explanation in terms of language, right? But consciousness is para. So it's beyond language. Now, of course, if one were to go back to tradition, you'll see that Shiva Sutras, for example, Shiva Sutras are about consciousness, or about awareness. So in India, in the Indian tradition, different approaches were used to explain this phenomenon because it is beyond language, right? So what was done, or in fact, the whole framework of Tantra, you have representation of reality in Sri Vidya, for example. Shakti is embodiment. But the more you look for consciousness within embodiments, the more it seems to disappear. That's why in Sri Vidya, for example, Sri Chakra, Shiva is shown as an infinitesimal bindu. Or in Bengal, in Durga Puja, Shiva is the corpse, right? Because the more you look for it, the more it's beyond you. So ultimately, you must approach it only through the goddess. That's what you see in Sri Ramakrishna's personal journey as well, or even the journey of an Advaitin like Shankaracharya, because he also wrote Saundarya Lahari. To come back to your question, it's a deep question as to what should be done in relation to specific theory. And I know some of these players myself personally, like Hameroff and others, and their ideas, which I think they're all totally, they're not going to go anywhere. But this is a large subject as to what ought to be done. How can we approach consciousness in a way which would really advance the scientific conversation further ahead? That would require several hours. So maybe we should postpone that discussion.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we do wish to kind of take this up in a more expanded manner and in a prolonged manner of sorts in the near future. I think there was another question about placebo and nocebo, which is somebody asked, what is the difference between placebo and nocebo? What is your opinion, sir?
Okay, placebo, as we know, is if you think you have been given a medicine and it's just a sugar pill or nothing, and 30 to 40% of the people get well. Nocebo is, well, the patients also know that when they get the medication or drug, there are these bad side effects, right? You're on very strong antibiotics. There are very strong side effects. So nocebo is that you are given a sugar pill and you're getting the same side effects. So that is the nocebo thing, that you're even getting the side effects associated with the drugs, which generally help people get along. So I think medicine, more significant than anything else, because with the disruption of society that is inevitable because of AI, when most jobs just disappear, the kind of alienation that people feel and as to what kind of problems about selfhood, etc., will emerge. So I think health and medicine and well-being would truly be central. And I think that's where, because one could say cosmology is a large technical, scientific problem. It doesn't affect every individual. True. But health, everybody is affected by. And we have seen the kind of devastation COVID, and especially America or Western response to it, has done. So I think this really could be a central thing. But here, I believe Ayurveda needs to approach it with much more self-confidence and not just say that we are only Ashtanga, Hridaya, or Charak, or Sushrup. No, what can you do with this central idea of ternary being superior to binary? How do we bring in a new way where we are also taking advantage of all the sciences that have emerged in the past couple of 100 years, including biochemistry, microbiology? If that is done, this could be the next big revolution in science.
Thank you, sir. I think those are the questions that we have at the moment. Thank you for a beautiful talk. It was very insightful and very meaningful. And I'm sure our viewers have taken a lot from it. We would want to kind of continue on this discussion, this discourse, and this area, this broad area under Mandala and Vigyan Bharati. And we hope to kind of host you and have you as part of that. So thank you, sir, for sharing your views and perspectives today. We're very grateful. Thank you. Right. So after that brilliant talk, that very interesting, fascinating talk by Professor Subhash Khan, carrying on from one point that he raised about Ayurveda, we have a very eminent speaker now, who is Professor Balram Singh, who has been looking at various modern contemporary ways of characterizing, of looking at, studying various elements of Ayurveda, of various other Indic and dharmic practices and traditions. And today he'll be talking about the development, application, and modern relevance of ancient practices of herbal chemistry in Ayurvedic sciences. So Professor Balram. Sir, I think you're on mute. If you could please unmute yourself. At the very bottom, sir, there is a panel which has a mute option. If you could just click that. So you could also do Control D, but there is a simple option. You could just sorry. Okay, we'll be having him shortly. Yeah. So his talk is going to be on the various aspects of understanding nature and how it has led to broadly applied approaches in societies throughout the world, particularly in India, which has been endowed with diverse combination of various elements of nature and society, and how that has incubated ideas, experiments, and observations. And this unique combination of features has obviously been seen in Ayurveda from a very early time in India itself. And so in this talk, he will be looking at certain concepts of chemistry, herbal chemistry, particularly around bhasma, a set of metal formulations, as he puts it, and the characterization thereof in terms of modern experiments. And he will also look at various traditions of science, which goes beyond just this and into more broader avenues. Let me just check if he has... Just waiting for him. Right. Just to introduce him again, he teaches at University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth, where he has been a Henry Dreyfus teacher scholar since '97. Most interestingly, he has been conducting research in areas of Ayurveda, yoga, mind, and consciousness. And he has also been president and director of the Maryada Foundation in the United States, which promotes science and education. and we're just waiting for him to join. Just wonder. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yes, no worries, sir. Yes, please, sir, please go ahead.
So thank you very much. I really enjoyed all the conversation, and I think I agree with your idea that each one of these presentations can take the whole day, and that will be such a wonderful event. I would love to attend. When I tried to do this, Professor Koch was it was in 2009, I believe, that we had 5 speakers or 7 speakers, and we spent the whole day talking about Indian concept of science. I'm assuming my slides are visible, and I'm going to the topic is already introduced. I think the idea of plans.
Sir, I think just the presentation is still not visible. Yeah.
Let's try again. I shared. It says you are on the show. Is that now on?
Yes. Okay. Yes, sir. It is on now.
Okay. Very good. So I was just talking about the plans, and I just heard Subhash ji mentioning that matter does not have consciousness. I wonder, this question I didn't want to ask because I was trying to prepare myself. I still messed up for getting on, but I thought Sir J.C. Bose suggested that consciousness is in everything, and most importantly, he was the first person to say the plants also have life. And we heard so much about the Western world's framework about science and how they frame everything, including mathematics and time and everything. So that was one of the things that Sir J.C. Bose had refuted and thought that plants also have consciousness. So I think that's something that I will have to speak to Professor Koch separately. But I just wanted to talk about India just very briefly. India is so much blessed with diversity. And that the most important point I wanted to speak here is that India has 8% of the world's plant species, only 2% land. And this is something that was even recognized in 1915 by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in his first thesis he wrote about in Columbia University. So India is full of diversity, and diversity in, I don't have time, just trying to put some words here. If we look at from thermodynamics point of view, that's the variety that we can find, and wherever there is diversity, there is a better life and more peaceful life. And another thing that I want to raise here is the India's constitution is the only constitution that has a duty. Article 51A says there is a fundamental duty of every citizen to develop a scientific temper. So using science to understand, explore things is within the Indian tradition, in my opinion. Indian tradition has, and there was some discussion about inductive way of learning and deductive way of learning. And yoga and Ayurveda that I'm going to talk a little bit here, they come in the Agam Gyan or inductive way of learning. So this is very important. The Vedas and Bible and Quran and everything comes in the deductive way. And then one of the consequences that you can see today is that we have artificially divided the days into 7 days and call it a week. there is really not exactly any natural way or basis of that. Whereas the Indian tradition of Shukla Paksh, Krishna Paksh is very natural, and this is important for Ayurveda because Ayurveda likes to connect with the nature. And Indian tradition is always going back and forth between Agam and Nigam, even though sometimes people object that you cannot question anything in Ayurveda, in Vedas, but actually that has been the tradition. Now I want to talk a little bit about plants and compare with the human beings, as to, because we are the one who is just like Western world may have a framework, so are men have a framework that includes us, and we have the framework on everyone. And so and if you look at the molecular basis of natural selection, there is a mutation, there is a gene, there is a period of time you need to have, and you have to interact with nature. And human existence is only for about 1 million years, maybe 2 at the most. Plants have existed for over 500 million years, and anaerobic bacteria have existed over 3 billion years. And human genome has 3 billion base pairs. Bacteria has only 5 million base pairs, and we are seeing bacteria and virus still have an advantage over us. Human beings have only 1.4% of their base pairs or a gene, DNA as a gene. Bacteria has over 80%, very efficient. And humans have 30,000 genes approximately, and plants have about 50,000, even mouse has 50,000, and bacteria has only about 5,000 genes. Now, important thing here is onion has over 6 times more DNA. Fern has over 3,000 times more DNA than human beings. And this is relevant for survival and having, especially with living with nature. So in natural living versus artificial living, you find plants and even animals do much better than human beings. So if we use this scientific criteria, humans are has the least chance to evolve. And if we acknowledge that, I think the humility comes, and then we explore the world a little bit differently. Plants, the scientifically, plants use polyploidy to deal with environmental changes and have a better communication without the need of bakery or the words. This is Paravidya. Aparavidya is, Aparavidya. In Aparavidya, plants are better than human beings. Human beings have to use words. Plants have been there much longer, more natural, and most independent, because they don't need to go anywhere to take care of themselves. So plants actually have evolved parallelly to human beings through the animals and all that. Plants have their own, and they all have existed. So they have developed their own methodology, so to speak, or material world to deal with this material world that we are in. Ayurveda has been now studied very methodically in India, but it has been still derided by the outside world. For example, this title itself in Science magazine says, "Searching for Science in India's Traditional Medicine. Critics say Ayurveda is best a quixotic quest." Whereas in colonial time, there is a history professor in University of Massachusetts, where I taught for 25 years. And he said that actually the Indian medicine was popularized by Portuguese, and actually they used the money they obtained to acquire Brazil. Brazil is the only Portuguese colony in all of America, and they used the money from Ayurveda. Ayurveda is a very comprehensive, integrative concept. It has 5 elements, 4 elements Professor Kak was mentioning. The 5th is Akash Tattva, is ether, is an Indian concept. But it has the Trigunas, and then it has Bhat Pitta Kapha. But then more interesting thing is that the mind in it, and also Atma in it. So all these things are very integrated. To understand this, one has to accept this kind of concepts, of Indian concepts. And to get there, you have to, yoga is a method to get there. So Chitra Vritti Nirodha you have to do first. You have to then have struggles or sangharsha, tap, and then you have to do the self-study or swadhyay. Then only you can know swadharma or your own nature. And only when you know your nature and you establish yourself in that nature, and that is called swasth or swasth or health, as we call it today. And so humans, their mind travels all over, and that's part of the problem, that they have unhealthy life, and in unhealthy life, even intellectually speaking. Now, there was some discussion, and Professor Kak just talked about Vaisesika philosophy. And I'm just only referring here. There is no time really to discuss details of it. But the point is, dharma gives these padarthas, and the drabya comes in there. And drabya is a substance and has these nine elements. And in these elements, like I said, Ayurveda uses mind and self and uses panchabhutas. That interesting thing, there was some discussion about time and space that is actually very easily integrates time and space as part of science that we need to understand. And modern science also uses time and space is the critical point of modern science. So there is a chance of overlap and then better communication with science. Now, in Ayurveda, your dosas, prakriti, are affected not only by your trigunas and panchabhutas, but also the seasonal changes, dietary errors, behavioral changes. All these things are very, very important. And not only that, actually now modern science says it depends on with whom you're sitting next to. Your gene expression change. So even social regulation of human gene expression has been suggested. Now, with that basic background, I'd like to delve into Ayurveda and herbal chemistry. So one of the very obvious and very, I think, deep, sophisticated herbal chemistry that has been practiced in India is bhasma, making of bhasma. This is very common in Ayurveda. And the Western world, including the way I got involved in it, because as a director of Center for Indic Studies, I was approached by several people, and it was approximately the time when this thing was going on, when we established our center in 2000. And so in 2004, there was this ban of Indian medicine, Indian Ayurvedic products. And so we started doing some research on it, try to find what it is, Ayurveda. So one of the thing that is whether Ayurveda, the most ancient application of nanomedicine. Now, nanomedicine is only about 3 decades old concept, but in India it has been there for thousands of years, and there have been some publications of that. Now, bhasma, by not knowing, I mean, we had so much discussion about not knowing the tradition, not knowing the language, not knowing the philosophy, not knowing the practice of it, as Swamiji was talking about. It creates a lot of problem. Now, bhasma, by meaning, it means it negates the toxicity. Bha means tej, prachand, chamak, and ma means to stop it, to negate it. And so bhasma basically means removing the toxicity, but people translate bhasma as ash, and unfortunately we have not been able to communicate that. I mean, this is my chemistry approach to this thing. Is I started using the analyzing the science, the Sanskrit language itself, like a chemistry, and actually we tested it in our lab, and we found that it's not toxic at all. We did a cellular toxicity model. Actually, there is this student, Sirisa Mukkamali, she did her PhD working on this. And not only that, we actually found so much interesting aspect of it. It acts as a bioenhancer, which is one of the formulation concepts in modern medicine. And it's very ancient and it's very well known. And where does this, one more point that, to like we were discussing here, you have to approach science, you have to meet somebody, an army has to meet an army. So there is a scientific Western concept, you also have to use that. We use that, and we found actually so much details about molecular details about what this bhasma does. But how does it do it? That's an important thing. And it is only because it uses plant herbal chemistry. In the process, there is it's 42-step process. It has detoxification. It has herbal extracts that are used to detoxify this thing and make it bioenhancer. So it's not only detoxification, it's bioenhancing at the same time. And I talked about that. And this has been mentioned earlier in some of the texts. Actually, one of my colleagues, Dr. Umesh Singh, who is a Sanskrit PhD, and he found actually it's called Nischandra, to make it Nischandra. Bhasma becomes a Nischandra, means toxicity is down. And the interesting thing is that the Sanskrit word akshar, akshar for letters, is the same meaning as atom, which also cannot some of the chemistry ideas to analyze Sanskrit, because atom and akshar are similar. And akshar, it can be used, for example, I have tried to use now the bhagya also means gaman yogya, jahan pe prakash ho, ya bhamp, to understand, prakash mana to understand something. So I have come to this conclusion that Sanskrit is indigenous science. Sanskrit itself is an indigenous science, and that's very important for people to understand. We have 19 universities in India. There is no other country in the world, no other language other than in India, Urdu and Hindi. Sanskrit has 19 universities. For a language, India is the most abundant universities, and I think that needs to be exploited. And I collaborated this with professors, colleagues here in the University of Massachusetts Chemistry Department and Professor Girish Nath Jha in JNU to get to this idea, that this idea has been there for thousands of years. I mean, the pillar in near Qutub Minar, near JNU, where I went to school for some time, is an example of this herbal chemistry. And so we have a bunch of collaborators to find what exactly this happens. Now, what I wanted to just briefly mention, that this nanoparticle, nanomedicine, not just a nanomedicine, but nanoparticles in using technology, there is a huge growth in this. And there is a, in 2026, they expect it to be 10,000 tons need of this, which will be $51 billion industry. And India has I mentioned that the abundance of plants, so many types of plants that you can create naturally, so many types of these nanoparticles or nanomaterial, and this nanomaterial then can be basically technology can be transferred to the villages. You don't need a PhDs and an engineering degree to do something like that. You do need engineer to use it. This is used in variety of things, including computing. So this may be an opportunity. And interestingly, some of this is being done by a Dr. Sastry, who is in Andhra Pradesh. I visited him once, and he's not a chemist. Actually, he's a Sanskritist, and he uses Sanskrit text to create material. He has demonstrated to me that material can be created. The different kind of nanomaterial can be created by just reading Sanskrit literature that he's able to do. It's a wonderful thing. I'm a little bit connected with them and have some ideas about how to move some of these things forward. Now I want to move into modern drug discovery and Ayurvedic drug discovery. Modern drug discovery is structural. My lab also does this. We have fortunately have developed some of the drugs successfully. I've been marketing right now. So it involves structure, and it check the toxicity, and then eventually do the clinical trial and have manufacturing and distribution. So that's but in Ayurveda, it is a functional chemistry. People are looking for only functions, and functions in terms of tanmatras, in terms of their texture and mind and consciousness. They, even though Subhash is saying that consciousness is not a quality of matter, but actually the Ayurvedic people, they use chitta. The chitta vritti is very important for them, and then they use these senses to develop drugs. And not only they develop some fundamental drugs, but when they apply it differently to different people. There may be same symptom, same fever, but a different person will be given different things, which is really to communication between the Vaidya and the person is very different, which is a very important topic of discussion, how the human beings keep changing. And this was one of the discussions in 2009 when Professor Kak was at UMass, that how the transformation itself is a process that Indian Vedic texts have discussed. So we think that it is functional chemistry becomes sensory chemistry. And not only that, I think we haven't really done the depiction of steps in Ayurvedic discovery is the tanmatra chemistry, because they really, this deeper understanding of this tanmatra is very, very important. Now, just to talk generally, philosophy and physics, and there was so much reference about Western world. There is another guy, Werner Heisenberg. He was also familiar with Indian philosophies, and he developed the uncertainty principle, which is another very interesting topic of discussion. But the point here I wanted to make is that in that one there was a Professor Northrop from Yale University who wrote a foreword, and there he says that when comprehended, these philosophical assumptions generate a personal and social mentality and behavior quite different from, at points, incompatible with the family, caste, and tribally centered mentality of native Asians, Middle Eastern, and African people. Obviously, you can see that this is the Western concept that they are saying that it will be incompatible, and so that's and that has the theory, and it has assumptions, and you have physical measurements. But then, depending on philosophy and theory, then you can interpret those differently, as was pointed out by various speakers. Professor Roy and Professor Raju particularly mentioned this ideas. Now I want to move into another very common plant that is found in India, is very revered one, and fortunately we did some research with this Tulsi plant. And Tulsi plant it gives a very different kind of scientific concept. When we did, and by chance, we were not really looking for, we're just looking for something, we were extracting different kind of chemicals out of it. The way the chemistry works is that you try different things and see what you get, and then analyze them using mass spectroscopy. So we found these rosmarinic acid, caffeoliconic acid, and glycosylsaphones, ascorbic acid. They were coming out in different peaks, and their structure is kind of known. It's not, we didn't have to do that, but once we compared with the mass spec, we were able to find the point I wanted. I didn't mean to make this very chemical talk. What I wanted, and this is also a little bit complicated. The only reason I'm putting this slide so that I just, being a chemist, I like to have always some evidence so that you can see I have some data. I may not be discussing this in a very detailed chemical analysis, but the point I'm trying to tell out of this, we found two sets of compounds in this. Each one of them having three chemicals. And interestingly, that Tulsi was able to bring back, redifferentiation is a term that when you have the cancer thing going back to normal, and differentiation is a normal process, or dedifferentiation is when the cancer cells develop. Now, what we found that the one set of compounds did the redifferentiation, means the cancer cells were turned back into normal cells, and the another compounds, the three compound different ones, they were able to stop the spread of the cancer. So they stop the dedifferentiation and they encourage the redifferentiation. It's a very fascinating concept. That same plant, same kind of extraction process produce two types of peaks, and they're doing this. It's like a collaborating. One is stopping and one is bringing back, and this looks like a human thought in here. So this is just to again prove that we have done something. This concept of collaboration is also in my area of botulinum toxin, as I was introduced. Botulinum toxin is produced by Clostridium botulinum, and there are 5 C's in this Clostridium botulinum. It has a bunch of protein that is produced by a cluster of genes, and that cluster of gene produces this cooperative proteins. And these proteins they are complete. The one more commonly people know about this botulinum toxin is Botox. And this is the Botox that people are injected with. An interesting thing is that these can be crystallized. All of them are crystallized. When they are crystallized, that means they're in the best order. And actually, like people think about crystal clear, it means that's perfect. Crystal is a perfect thing. And so that, this whole scientific concept of producing from one organism with a cluster of gene complete proteins complex, and then crystallizing. And then now we haven't published this data yet. We have found that if you have this complete, this is more compatible for human neurons than when you isolate that. You can see here the toxin, this red one is really the toxin. The rest of them are what I call it sisters. And these sisters are the ones which are together, and they, as a group, they protect the toxin. And also, not only that, the toxin cannot do any damage when it is, or much less damage when it is injected in human beings. So this concept of working together different molecules is not as common in modern science. It's more common in the Indian concept of holistic things. Now, plants have their own thinking. Plants have. We did some experiment in my children when they were like in 8th grade or something. And if you a red tomato in the middle makes other tomatoes red. So it's like जो बोलते हैं तरबूज को देख के तरबूज रंग बदलता है. That is a very important thing in plants also happens. There is a chemistry why it happens, but the plants have consciousness. That's what the point I'm trying to say. And they communicate very, very well. Actually, there is a acoustic and magnetic communication in plants. That paper has been published by others as well. So that's the point I wanted to make. And then if you bring this to philosophical concept, then you see that there is this Panchakosa system, and plants are in the energy or pranamaya kosh. So there is a decrease, like I was saying, independence. Plants are more independent because they can use sunlight and they can be wherever they are without having to go anywhere. Whereas everybody else, animals, humans, and they have less independence, and even though they have more mobility. So this is a very important concept for evolution. Over period of evolution, plants have evolved into this, whereas human beings are the latest and they do not have that much time. This communication of including mine and everybody else's presentation, and we are rushing through our words and graphs. In this Panchakosa system, the communication is perfect at the atomic level, or even maybe subatomic level. Whereas the communication we have where we have in the Vigyanmaya course, we have to articulate a whole lot. So the point I'm trying to say is plants have much better communication. And actually, Mark Twain said that my education is the only hurdle in my learning. When we get educated and start speaking, whether it's east or west, we have problem in communicating. So the silence or at the level of consciousness, I think, is the better form of communication. And I believe plants have much better, so that they can communicate with their ecosystem much better than we as human beings, or even animals. Animals do better. So this is the theory that I'm trying to promote. I mean, it's not anything new, and I'm just trying to put it together. So the knowledge, in my opinion, comes from this para vidya. And please tell me if I'm getting late. I hear some sound. I cannot see anybody.
So if you could just use a few minutes, and then we can go for question answers. Yeah.
Okay. Already. I think so. You're 3 minutes warning. Okay, great. So then the spiritual knowledge get into philosophy or science, and then that turns into the society or medicine and something that Professor Kak was talking about. And this leads to socio-religious management of the whole thing, and where the problem begins, and then becomes socio-political issue that really problem begins, where we have misunderstanding. So I wanted to conclude with just 2 more slides, is that there is a world order in this world. There is a world order that started with the Westphalian peace in 17th century in Europe. And Europe is again in the war situation. But there are other people who have talked about policies and other things, like Noam Chomsky, and so I believe. And then Clash of Civilization, Samuel Huntington also talked about a new world order. But I suggest that we have Ayurveda and Yoga world order, and that is the concept that I just talked about, in which everything is important, and there will be a much more love, relationship, friends, and attitude, and then we can go back and forth and learn from each other, and then you bring this in the education. Actually, I collaborated with high school here locally, and the kids really loved it to make color their favorite color based on their prakriti of Ayurvedic prakriti, and they think that this was really wonderful. Made a publication out of it also. And there is this National Ayurvedic Medical Association in the United States, which has a huge following and becoming more and more popular. The last slide that I wanted to show you. This point I wanted to say is, and this is the last point I want to make, is that we as a human being, our mind as Vesti is a concept in Vedic text, is connected to the society, connected to the environment, connected to the samasti, and we are all part of it. And that's why it is so little that we know, and unfortunately sometimes we claim too much. And so this is the concept of system and surrounding. System and surrounding concept of thermodynamics, it takes care of this, that what we don't know, the surrounding does affect us. And this is also the concept of when system and surrounding is in resonance, then only say yet pinde tat brahmande, and that is the concept of Vedic concept, in Indic concept, and that can be promoted through education and discussions like this. And I'm so glad that we can bring those kind of ideas in the form of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or recognize the existence of diversity and respect it. And that will only way will be Eko Aham Bahusyami, something that can be brought into scientific realm and move forward. Finally, I would like to thank all those people who did the work and some of the support that we got from various organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Balram ji. We have a few questions from the viewers. So the first question is, what is the difference between herbal and patent proprietary Ayurvedic medicine? This is from one of our viewers who has asked this question.
The herbal is just a general term, a patent. I mean, I didn't mention that the Tulsi thing that we did. We just got the patent last week. So we do. So the patent is a process. I think people have to know it very cleverly. You know, but Tulsi is known for a long time. So if I said I want to patent Tulsi, there is nothing not happening. But when we identified certain combination, compositions, formulations for certain type of things, that becomes patentable. So I think if the question was, you know, how this herbal can be patented, please contact me. I have become an expert on how to patent some of these things, because you need to know how to deal with the patent office and what kind of uniqueness you can create that is not obvious to, you have to have the obvious test. If it is obvious to somebody, as they call it, an expert in art or somebody familiar with the art, they don't call it science, they call it art. And so you have to create an artistic way of saying what you are saying is different or not known and not obvious to somebody who is otherwise familiar with the art.
There is another point. It's not quite a question. So one of our viewers says that plants do have consciousness, and various Indic traditions, including Jainism, has done a lot of research on it. In fact, they do say everything has consciousness. So the idea of consciousness when it comes to the inanimate or plants, right? I mean, this has been something which Professor J.C. Bose, Acharya Jagdish Chandra Bose had worked on initially, and then there's been a lot of work. So how do you kind of, again, it goes back to the question to Professor Kak about what is the quintessential definition or the understanding of consciousness from the Ayurvedic perspective and from the modern scientific perspective. When we say that a statement like plants have consciousness as well as everything has consciousness, if we make such a statement, how do we kind of define that? How do we characterize that?
So we have to really, this is, first of all, we have to think that we are time and space. So right. Whatever we do, we cannot go beyond that. The only thing is that consciousness, we recognize there is a consciousness. We also recognize, if we are humble enough, to say that we do not know everything, which is what I think several people have mentioned this. Yes. Now, once you agree with that, then problem is generally solved. Because, whatever we study in science, including myself, I have always refuted, in a way, I can say that I refuted, because I have some opinion. I was talking about this complete complex and others. I have gone through 3-4 cycles. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great, sometimes, great again. So science is one of the things is that you have to go through, and unless, this is one of the beauty of science and of course Indian thought also, but I really, really admire science. In scientific ideas, we have this sense that you can refute. When you get there, there is something more to know. When you get there, there is something more to know. And this fits with the neti concept of Indian philosophy. Not this, not that, not that. So I give normally an example of, you have to go to high school. You cannot go PhD, but you have to go through high school. It's not like you go, and now I'm very comfortable in high school now. Rest of my life, I will be in high school. That will be so silly. So the point is, even if you do PhD, then you produce more PhD. If you more PhD, they also produce more PhD. It's like never ending. So this is the concept of Anant. This is the concept of Anant. Recognizing that gives us realization. That's what, and science is exactly after that. There is this ego of scientists, and unfortunately, because there's exploitation in science. So science is being exploited. That includes me. I have some products in the market. I hope I don't do it for myself. This is one of the concepts that if I can do whatever great knowledge I do, whatever great ideas I have, if it is in the service of others, that's the key. If it is in the service of others, it's like Paramarat ke karane sadhun dhara sarir, or parhit saris dharma nahi bhai. In Indian concept, which is like you don't have to have a PhD to know that. So, but if the PhDs also do the same thing, then I think it will become very useful and helpful to the society.
Very beautifully put, sir. I think those are the questions. So thank you, sir. I mean, again, I've interacted with you in the past as well, and there's so much to learn and appreciate, and so much insight into a lot of aspects. Thank you so much for presenting your perspective.
Thank you so much.
Having you here. So, right. Okay, there's a question which I don't think is relevant to sir's talk. Anyway, moving on. So I'll be concluding with a small kind of presentation on the idea of quantum mechanics and Indic thought. And there has been a lot of discussion, and it's almost like a collection of buzzwords, a very kind of faddy thing to kind of try to see where quantum mechanics and Vedanta, for instance, or the Oriental way of thinking kind of come together. So I would like to kind of present a few thoughts on that, as well as look into certain nuances of the metaphysics of the same as well. I'll just try to present the slide. Right, is it visible? Right, so the question that I'm trying to address today in this talk is to do with the whole idea of quantum metaphysics and various aspects of quantum metaphysics, the way of thinking that quantum physics and quantum field theory as well brings forth, and whether that has resonances with Vedanta as is claimed and has been deliberated on. Without kind of putting forward anything grandiose, I would like to go over both the aspects in some detail and then try to comment on some of the aspects that I would like to focus on. So this graphic picture, this picture of sorts, is very interesting, right? It's some would say it's probably modern art. Others would say it's maybe some celestial body with a collection of gaseous, gases basically, which are swirling around. This is nothing but a simple, iridescence kind of experiment with soap films. And the reason I have put this here is that as a child, the first thing that we kind of come across is the element of curiosity, right? And this element underlies the explorations that we do in terms of simple understandings, simple aspects that we try to grasp, both within and without. And for me, this was one of the definitive kind of an interesting, physical phenomena, which kind of got me into that direction. In terms of science as we know it, right? Science as we see around us. In the last century of sorts, we have had a number of revolutionary kind of ideas put forth, certain things which are not quite intuitive for that matter, and others which are highly fascinating and present a picture of physics which intrigues a lot of us in society. So here are four of the key questions or ideas or aspects of science and physics as we know it that are very fascinating, so to say. The first one is that of a black hole. I mean, some of you or many of you may have seen the picture of a black hole that was taken, the photograph of a black hole that was taken a couple of years back, being one of the first photographs, so to say. So that which devours all, with a caveat, it doesn't quite devour all. There is a element of radiation that comes out of a black hole, as many of us would know, Hawking radiation. And there are various other aspects as well from the information theoretic perspective. The second bit is on when twins no longer have the same age. This comes from relativity. And the idea that there is the twin paradox, which comes from the negation of the absoluteness of space and time, right? From Newton's time, or even before that, up to the turn of the 20th century, there was this idea that space and time and the whole idea of causality itself, there was a certain absoluteness to it, there was a certain universality to it, which was summarily rejected and overthrown by Albert Einstein, who came forth with his idea of relativity and thereby the frame-dependent perception of what is space and time. The third picture, which I will be coming to in slightly greater detail shortly, is of the famous Schrödinger cat experiment, where we are talking about something which can be both dead and alive, right? And this, again, this is put out in popular science publications and various other channels. It has to be taken with some caveats again, but very simply put, it says that, well, there can be a situation where something can be both dead and alive, which is a very counterintuitive thing to say as well. And that is what I would like to kind of focus on as I go forward. And lastly, the most important question, is reality an illusion or not, right? Is there really a reality of sorts, or as a Vedantin or as various other traditions would put it, there is a certain element of illusoriness, an illusion of sorts, which comes forth. And I would be deliberating on that as well. So quickly coming to the Indian perspective, India has had a history of these two concurrent, sequences, these two kind of parallel sequences which have gone forth, the exploration within and the exploration without. And the exploration within, which was kind of intertwined with the exploration without, was seen right from the times when the Mesolithic prehistoric religion, as we now can see in the Bhimbetka cave paintings, which were made around 8000 BCE, were one of the first representations of a certain side of human beings which deliberated on what they saw around them in terms of elements, in terms of various ideas and thoughts which came to their mind when they looked around and assimilated that and integrated that into their thinking. There was also the idea of the Vedic rituals, which came forth in the 8th and 6th century BCE, which is mentioned in the Shatpatha Brahman, and the idea of the development of the geometric theories for Vedic rituals, right? In our initiative, Mandala, we have named it, as I mentioned in the very beginning of the symposium, with the idea that there may be a certain underlying mathematical structure or geometric preeminence in the universe as we see it. In the Vedic rituals, there was a certain representative aspect of these geometric concepts which were put forth in the manner in which, for instance, the Yajna Kundas were constructed, the various rituals were undertaken. So there was a one-to-one correspondence, at least, which was tried to be established between what was ritualistic and what was empirical, or, as they observed it around in the universe, so to say. Now, one of the high points, as I see it, in terms of the Indic traditions is, as I see, the Nasadya Sukta, which is in the Rig Veda. And the reason I specifically talk about this is because of the almost agnostic perspective that it brings forth, but the more kind of scientific manner in which it kind of puts forth this idea that even the creator who surveys, as the last two verses say, the creator who surveys it all from the highest heaven, he knows, or maybe even he does not know, right? This idea is very beautiful. It's very paradoxical, because it says that the creator, or the one that is above, right, whether there is a certain understanding or omniscience, as well, various Abrahamic religions or other religions out there would put forth, but in the Rig Veda, it's not put forth in that manner. So the whole idea of what is ontologically true, what is the omniscience we're talking about, or whether there is an omniscience at all, whether there is absoluteness even in the metaphysics, in the reality of nature around us, in the universe around us, has been kind of highlighted in the Nasadya Sukta in the Rig Veda. Going forward, this whole idea was put into a certain structure, a certain form of sorts. So there were two levels of reality, as they put it, as has been put in the Sankhyan formalism, also been put in the Vedantin formalism, which is to do with that which is empirical and that which is transcendental. So in Sankhya, for instance, there is the idea of Purusha and Prakriti. In Vedanta, there is the idea of Brahman and the Maya, the action of the Maya on Brahman, and the various multiplicities, the manifestations we see around us. Having said that, the empirical side has always been defined with this idea of order, with this idea of structure and multiplicities as we see around us. And that has been encapsulated in the idea of rhythm in the Vedic civilizations, and that is seen in various other ancient civilizations as well. For instance, in the Egyptian civilization as math, and in Chinese civilization and Hellenic civilizations as well. So just to kind of highlight some of the high points of the various people from the Indic traditions who looked at various aspects of nature, of mathematics, of physics, of even Rasayan Shastra or chemistry. Dr. Balram Singh was mentioning about various aspects of Bhasma. So obviously Kannad with his theory of atomism, Maharshi Kannad, a very eminent seer, and his work still stands to this day on its own merits in some form. And Aryabhatta and Bhaskaracharya, who have looked at various nuances of calculus and other trigonometric, for instance, formulations. These were people who were very much in line with understanding that these two parallel strands of explorations within and without are not quite jarringly kind of separate, but possibly seamlessly integrated in the way they undertook it. Now, I would like to kind of come towards this one verse, right, which as I see it, is probably the central thesis of the Indic, or at least the Dharmic perspective, which is to do with the Mandukya Upanishad in the verse 7 of Mandukya Upanishad, which talks about the final reality as it sees. And the reason I'm highlighting this is because I'm going to come to some perspectives from the quantum side and see whether there is a convergence or divergence from that reality, right? So in this, there is this verse which says that that which is without not filled with a knowing content, not conscious, not unconscious, unseen, non-predictable, ungraspable, bereft of quality, unthinkable, indeterminate. I would like you to remember this word indeterminate, which is very important, and I'll be coming to that at the very end of my presentation as well. As a substance of the certitude of a unitive self, as a calmer of the unmanifested, tranquil, numinous, non-dual. Again, another word, non-dual, which is very important. He is the self that is to be recognized, right? So this is the idea of the Turiya, the idea of the Brahman, the idea of the ultimate reality of the universe as the Upanishads, or in Vedanta as we put it. I personally see this as a central thesis of this whole way of looking at the universe itself. Now, when we come to some of the other ideas which have been put forth in the Upanishads, for instance, some of them have been mentioned in the previous presentations. Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman. Then there is Tattvamasi, that thou art. So there is a seamless non-duality which has been spoken about between that which is individual, that which is instantiated, and that which is universal and generalized, right? So there is a oneness of reality beyond and emanating from the physicalist multiplicity, that which we see around us. There is a lot of multiple empirical kind of entities out there, which is seen to be kind of illusory, and there is an underlying oneness of reality that is preeminent and important. Before I go on to the quantum side of things, I would like to briefly look at these three verses. I'm not going to focus too much on that or spend much time on that, but these are three treatises, three works which I cherish having read to a certain degree. I would say Avadut Gita, a beautiful text which says about the final reality again, and talks about there is no action, either present, future, or past, again touching upon the whole idea of ontology of time, which Professor Shishir Roy so beautifully kind of explained and discussed, which has been performed or enjoyed by me, this I know without any doubt. Then Yoga Vashishta talks about water in the mirage does not come into being and go out of existence. Even so, this world does not come out of the absolute, nor does it go anywhere. The creation of the world has no cause, and therefore it has no beginning. It does not exist even now. How can it reach its destruction? Right? A very counterintuitive idea that there is no reality, there is nothing happening actually, and it's a mirage. It's a mirage which is happening, and there's an illusory aspect of that. And the Maitreya Upanishad, which is that this is very important, and that is what I would like to highlight. There are two ways of knowing reality. One is through sound, and the other is through silence. Right? This is a very interesting way of putting it because it is paradoxical. Right? It says that one can understand it through sound, and it can understand it through silence, which are literally the binary opposites of each other, essentially, right? And this goes back to the idea of the Nasadya Sukta. There was another verse in the Nasadya Sukta which talks about that which is beyond existence and non-existence, right? So what we are seeing here is the ultimate demolition, is the ultimate kind of negation of the binaries, of the way in which empirical reality is oriented. So the idea being that paradoxes are everywhere, right? And we see that in nature as well, right? I mean, even in quantum physics, for instance, and I'll touch upon that, there are places where things that are very paradoxical, that are not very intuitive, come to the fore and are ubiquitous. It's a universal kind of presence of paradoxes, and that is what the Indic traditions, in the few verses that I showed, and in some of the ideas that I'll put forth in the next section, display out there, right? So this is a very important point that I would like to highlight. So quickly going by the modern science, as we put it, there are some interesting things that came forth and some questions that were put forth in the last century and the preceding few centuries. So right from Aristotle, Archimedes, Ptolemy, this is the Western science I'm talking of, the sequence that went forth. Copernicus with his heliocentric model, Galileo with his theories on gravity, experiments, the famous PISA experiments, so to say, Newton, Bernoulli, Maxwell, and Stokes. Right, Maxwell and Stokes having been at Cambridge, and they having worked on various aspects of fluid dynamics and electromagnetism. So now there is this whole world of classical physics, right? Classical physics was, all of these actually would technically be part of classical physics, although some may debate that Maxwell was not quite, he was the originator of sorts of the ideas that brought forth relativity and so forth. But the key question that was there at the turn of the 20th century was that if we look at physics of bodies which are traveling at two different conditions, two distinct conditions, one at extremely high speeds and the other at the very minutest of layers of reality, what do we see? Do we see physics as we see around us? Do we see reality as we see around us? Or do we see something else? Right? The answer is, and I mean, well, it's not even climactic in that sense. It is different, right? There is a certain negation of ideas which we would see in classical physics, in other aspects of physics as such. So before I go into that, there is a certain smugness, right? A certain smugness in the Western, scientists at the turn of the 20th century, which is seen by this, this quotation, which people say Albert Michelson said, some say Lord Rayleigh, and others said. But anyway, the quotation being, it seems probable that most of the grand underlying principles have been firmly established, and that further advances are to be sought, chiefly in the rigorous application of these principles, right? So the idea is that all the principles have been found. What needs to be done is to kind of have a rigorous application of the same, and the future truths of physical science are to be looked for in the sixth place of decimal points, right? Decimals in the values that you're getting in various experiments or calculations, right? Now, this is a certain kind of arrogance which was present in the turn of the 20th century, and which within a decade was demolished by Albert Einstein in the Annus Mirabilis, which is the year of the miracles, where he published 4 different papers in 1905, the famous photoelectric effect, special relativity, the least known Brownian motion, which was also published that year, and mass energy equivalence, right? So these are the 4 papers. And what this brought forth was a certain challenge to this theory of what is reality. So this began in the previous centuries with the idea of light, right? What is light? Is it a wave? Is it a particle? What is it, right? So Euler, Huygens, Hooke, even Thomas Young with his famous double slit experiment asked this question and tried to resolve it in their own ways, right? And there was also a certain work on radiation, which I will not go into too much in this presentation. So at the turn of the 20th century, we had Max Planck, who was a behemoth, who was a giant of physics, and he kind of tried to understand some of these radiative principles. I mentioned about a few experiments on radiation in the last slide. There were some experiments where the findings were not explicable with the existing theories of nature, right? So as a result, Max Planck brought forth the idea that things are not continuous. There are certain ideas, this idea of packets of energy, right? Packets of energy called quantum, and that is where the word quantum comes from, right? The fundamental idea of quantum mechanics, that there are some packets of energy. In his case, he actually said energy of oscillators. I won't go into the technicalities. But Einstein later postulated that the energy of light itself is quantized. There are packets of energy which it kind of brings forth. Now, the Solvay conference is just here to kind of show you the behemoths of the 20th century who had come together in this conference. And so what happened from there was that there were certain other experiments, right? And there were certain contradictory ideas that came forth. What do I mean by that? So this whole idea of what is light, right, which came with the wave theory, then there was this idea that there are packets, there are particulate nature of light, right? This was contradictory in itself, right? This was also seen in more generalized conditions. For instance, in matter, right? If you have electrons, for instance, that gives a contradictory picture as well. And that is where the whole formalism of quantum physics comes forth. So Albert Einstein, for instance, really struggled with some aspects, including entanglement, which I will come to shortly. And he spoke about how there are two contradictory pictures of reality. Separately, neither of them fully explains the phenomena of light, but together they do, right? So there are these various giants of that period who looked at various aspects, but I wouldn't cover that because that doesn't quite relate to the metaphysics or the way of thinking of quantum mechanics beyond a point. It does in various ways, but they are more technical, and I don't want to kind of go into that in this presentation. So the idea is there are few ideas which are very important. One is that of quantization, right? So in a classical system, you can think of it as a fireman going down a slide, right, or a bar, and he can go down in a continuous manner. There's no like gradation as such. Whereas if a person is picking an apple, for instance, with using a ladder, there are certain specific steps which one has to take. So it's not continuous, it is discrete, right, in a certain way. In the same way, there are properties of particles and of various entities which are discrete and not continuous in the quantum domain. There is also the idea, which is very counterintuitive again, which is that one can be in a superposition of states, right? What does this mean? This means that in our classical world, in our world around us, we see that there is a certain determinacy of what we see in terms of the properties of a particle, the state of a system, for instance. In the quantum world, that is not true. And the most dramatic example, again, goes back to the Schrodinger equation, Schrodinger cat kind of experiment, where it says that the cat is both dead and alive, right? It's in a superposition state of sorts. So now, and there is obviously the idea of decoherence, which is basically that how the quantum to classical transition takes place. I don't want to go into that in this presentation, but there are 2 points which are very important, and this is where I would like to focus on, which is of reality, right? What is reality? We are talking about so many interesting things. We're saying that reality is in a superposition at times, or at least the reality of properties or states are in a superposition of sorts, right? This is not what we see around us, right? We don't say that a chair is here and there and somewhere else at the same time. We don't say that, an object we are holding has different colors all at the same time, right? These are all different aspects of reality which are very counterintuitive to understand. And then there is the idea of non-locality, which means that things which are very distant, right, which are spatially separated, they can affect each other, right? Or they are connected in a certain manner of speaking, right? Which is where the idea of entanglement comes in. I don't want to go into too much detail there as well, but the idea of non-locality, right? Even spatial separation cannot affect the connectedness of these entities is a very important idea. So these are postulates of quantum mechanics. I don't want to go into that. But the idea of reality, again, had been looked at by the Western philosophers in various ways. And there were these broad families of theories which came forth. I'm keeping a tab on the time. And there is this idea of psi-epistemic and psi-ontic. So the idea being that in the quantum world, the state of a system is defined by what is known as a wave function, as many of you would know. And based on whether the wave function constitutes reality, whether it is a probabilistic knowledge of a deeper reality, or there are 4 different kind of, it's like a game, right? You start from the first question that has been asked. Does quantum theory describe objective reality independent of the observer? If it's yes or no, you kind of go forth from there, right? So there are various 4 different schools, Niels Bohr, Albert Einstein, David Bohm, and Hugh Everett, who spoke about this in greater detail. So I can forward this to those who may be interested in this. And these are all interpretations of quantum mechanics. So what we had was this counterintuitive world, and different people were trying to understand it differently, right? So this also ties back to the idea that we can only model the reality of nature, not possibly say for sure that this is the right theory of everything, or the right theory of this and that, or a theory of empirical reality, right? So this is important. I don't want to focus too much on quantum entanglement, but the reason I'm kind of trying to look into this is because quantum entanglement is this counterintuitive idea that I was talking of before, which is of the connectedness of things even when they are spatially separated, right? So when there is a system, let's say in my hand, and there is another in a different galaxy, right? Intuition would say that maybe there isn't much of a connection, maybe it has no correlation as such, but there are various ways in which you can develop classical as well as quantum correlations, non-classical correlations, and one of the set of non-classical correlations is called entanglement, right? So Einstein was somebody who kind of struggled with it till the very end, and he spoke about what is known as hidden variable theory, which is that we do not know all of nature, and if we did, then nature would not be so counterintuitive, right? It wouldn't be probabilistic, and it would be more deterministic in its framework. So now the idea, and I don't want to kind of focus too much on this because this is EPR's idea. So EPR were these three physicists who put forth this idea that we do not know all of nature, and that is the reason we cannot explain quantum mechanics as we know it, right? So there is a clip of Einstein attacking quantum theory because he didn't understand it all the way. Some of the experiments in which quantum entanglement was established, again, these are experiments which are for those who are more technically oriented, who want to kind of explore this. I'm sure many of you who are serious researchers in this area have looked into this. This is the famous Allen aspect experiment, which looks at what are known as Bell inequalities, right? So there are ways in which correlations of particles can be established out here. And this is a actual experimental generation of entanglement in a lab using optics. Okay, so now I do realize I have very short time left, but I would like to kind of deliberate on this aspect. I'll just reduce the sound. So the idea here I'm trying to show you is this experiment, right? This experiment where there is a screen, there is another board which has two slits in it, and there is a source of particles, right? So if there is a particle, there is a probability that what can it do? It can go into the first screen, right? It can go through the slit, or it can bounce back from the wall, right? And there's a certain distribution that happens there. Now, if it is a wave, right, you will have this wavy thing that is going forth. There is a certain kind of pattern that gets formed on the other side. It's called an interference pattern. For the students of physics and science, you will be very familiar with it. And for the others, there is a certain pattern that gets formed because of interference of light, essentially, or continuous medium of sorts, continuous entity. Now, in a quantum object, it's very interesting. It has a wave-like nature, apparently, or there is a duality of sorts. But in general, it usually kind of collapses, quote unquote, becomes one particle impinging on the screen, right? Every time this experiment is done, there is one that impinges on the screen. But the distribution as such, right, the ensemble as we call it, gives us the interference pattern of a wave, right? This is very important. Now, if I introduce somebody who's observing the quantum particle at the first slit, that area, that first screen, then it stops becoming a wave and becomes particle-like from there itself, right? Which is a very interesting idea. So what is it saying? It is saying that the observer is uniquely determining whether the particle should behave as a wave or as a particle, right? Or the entity should behave as a wave or a particle, right? So this is what we mean. And one caveat here, it's not that you need a human being to do this. You can have various experimental setups which can also do this in a mechanical, in a manner of sorts, in an experimental manner of sorts, right? The key point here is that the observation of reality kind of determines the manner in which reality kind of goes forth, right? It doesn't have control over the reality, but it has a certain effect on how the reality will come forth, right? This is a very important idea. Now, the key question, the elephant in the room, the very important question, is there a resonance between quantum mechanics and Vedanta, right? This is the key question we are trying to address in this talk. So now there are these four very eminent physicists who have spoken at length about this, right? Max Planck, whom I spoke about earlier in the slide, in the presentation. Consciousness I regard as fundamental, matter as derivative of consciousness. Everything that we talk about, everything that we regard as existing postulates consciousness. Eugene Wigner talks about two kinds of reality: existence of consciousness, reality of existence of everything else, right? So there is this dichotomy, there is this binary that he kind of defines as such. Arthur Eddington, who is very eminent in these circles, talks about that one cannot deny that mind is the first and most direct thing in our experience, and all else is remote inference, right? And finally, Erwin Schrödinger, whom I'll be talking about a little more, says that consciousness is never experienced in the plural, only in the singular, right? Now you may say that this is all fine. They're talking about consciousness, right? They're not talking about quantum mechanics and how that kind of relates. And that is a very valid question to ask, right? So what the question is, what role, if any, does consciousness play in the quantum mechanics, right? In the quantum mechanics as we know it, right? Before going there, Schrödinger and Bohr both were very influenced by the Upanishads. That's what we get to know from their writings. Schrödinger discussed it with everyone he met and made significant efforts to incorporate into his life. Even his, this is, I've tried to check on this. The epitaph on his tombstone says, "So all being is an one and only being, and that it continues to be when someone dies. This tells you that he did not cease to be," right? Niels Bohr famously said, "I go to the Upanishads to ask questions." So the question is, did Vedanta inform the formulation of quantum mechanics by these great luminaries, right? But one must be careful in saying that, right? The reason is, as Schrödinger said, I mean, there is a quote by him which is very interesting. He says, "I do believe that this is precisely the point where our present way of thinking does need to be amended, perhaps by a bit of blood transfusion from Eastern thought. That will not be easy. We must be aware of blunders. Blood transfusion always needs great precaution to prevent clotting. We do not wish to lose the logical precision that our scientific thought has reached, and that is unparalleled anywhere at any epoch." The second bit is something that can be challenged and has been discussed at great length. But the idea being that this one-to-one resonance and bridging of sorts has to be done with a certain bit of care and caution. And why do I say that? I say that because this is the central point that I would like to, I'm almost about to kind of, wind up my discussion here. But the metaphysics, right? That is the key point that we're trying to understand. The way of thinking of quantum mechanics is very important, right? What is it saying? There are a few bits it is saying. It is saying that reality is not as we know it in the classical world. It is not deterministic. There is a certain element of probability. There are elements like superposition principle, which says that there is no one reality. There's a superposition of realities of an entity, of the properties of an entity, for instance, right? So there is a certain bit of what we call as indeterminacy, right? There is we may not be able to determine every aspect of it. Now, the question is, all quantum physicists or philosophers talk about epistemic indeterminacy. Whether that actually gives rise to metaphysical indeterminacy is a key question. What do I mean by that? I mean that at the level of the reality itself, whether it is, whether one can find it, whether it is an indeterminable determinate, right? These are all questions that are still out there and which have to be resolved before we make that one-to-one connection of sorts. But the key idea is that there is an underdetermination of sorts, which comes from evidence with regards to what we know in terms of theory. In simpler language, what it means is that the modeling that we do of nature, right, has various flaws or various bounds as such. And this is something that even Stephen Hawking at the very end of his days spoke about when he spoke about the grand unified theory, the idea of this theory of everything, right? He spoke about a family of theories which together can give a framework, but not quite the entirety of nature in one particular theoretical framework as such, right? This is a very important idea. And this is where the humility, which I think Professor Balram Singh was talking about, the idea that there isn't one rational theoretical framework in which determinacy can be brought forth is an important idea that has to be thought about, at least in greater detail. And quantum physics makes us think about that at a very deep level, especially in this epistemic to metaphysical indeterminacy question as such. So now, the idea that consciousness, right, is something that can be determined in terms of tangible physical things, I mean, as again, some of our speakers have mentioned, is not quite true. And why is that? All the treatises, all the works have told us that this is something beyond the substratum, beyond the elements of nature of universe itself, right? These are the last few slides I have. So Advaita Vedanta talks about that which is finer than energy, or prana, right? Brahma Chaitanya, as it is called. The very nature of substratum is Satchitananda, right? Which is absolute existence, consciousness, and bliss. But everywhere you will see, this is talking about something that is transcending the physicalist, the physical essentially, right? And that is the key point as I see it, because talking about this bridging of sorts is not only dangerous, right, or possibly incorrect, but it could also be underselling the Upanishads itself, right? Because we need to kind of understand that there are different realms at which this is working. There can be reflections or shadows, as one of our eminent speakers mentioned, right? But saying that, for instance, some people speak about Brahman, right? Brahman being the quantum void, which I'll be coming to shortly, right? These experiments that we do in physics, the empirical experiments, rely on the three elements of space, time, and causality, right? Now, if we were to go by the ideas of the Upanishads and the various treatises and works, the fundamental idea is that reality is beyond space-time and causality, or rather, space-time and causality are derived from that fundamental reality, right? So if it is a derivative, one cannot possibly have a consistent experiment within those three elements which can prove the root cause of that which has come out of it, right? Or which is acting in that which is coming out of it, right? So this is the key idea which has to be understood, and that is why I say that one has to be careful, right? And yet I feel that there are ways in which the metaphysics, the thinking behind how we see nature in terms of multiplicities, in terms of superposition, in terms of indeterminacy, wherein quantum physics and the Upanishadic thought, quantum physics and Vedanta have various interesting resonances, right? So I would like to end by showing you this visualization of a quantum vacuum, right? This is this idea that there is a sea of this void, this vacuum of sorts, right? This nothingness from which everything arises in terms of particles, which, if there is a sufficient energy in there, and goes back into this vacuum of sorts, right? So there is a spontaneous kind of coming out and going in of sorts, which happens, right? This is a simulation which has been done. Now, even here, when we're talking about quantum vacuum, there is a certain idea of tenuity, of characterization, right? And this is still within the space-time and causality framework, right? And that is why, again, the idea of the Vedantin Brahman, right? One can talk about maybe Akasha, right? Which is the next level. Even there, one has to be careful because it talks about the perturbations, the vibratory nature, right? But in terms of the idea of Brahman, one has to go into slightly more ontological or metaphysical aspect in a first principles approach of sorts, not quite deriving from what is given to us, possibly even by quantum mechanics, right? So I would like to end there, and we'll be happy to kind of field questions and have discussion on this. Thank you. Right. To how quantum entanglement particles convey the information to each other, in what velocity they convey information. Right. It's a very good question. Quantum entangled particles convey their information. So the idea of information itself is very important. Is it useful information, or is it information as in itself, in isolation, right? If I were to speak about the information just as it is a spontaneous transmission of information, right? However, it is not physically relevant or physically useful information. What do I mean by that? If I say there are things like teleportation, right? There is an application of entanglement which is called teleportation. Many of you may have heard of it, quantum teleportation. Now the idea is that it's not quite like Star Trek. There is the idea that something gets deconstructed at a certain location and reconstructed elsewhere with similar material and the similar state, right? Which is reconstructed elsewhere. Now this transference of information is immediate, but the reconstruction of the state still requires certain kinds of transformations that are required, physical transformations, and the entire process, right, does not violate relativity. That is the idea. It does not travel faster than the speed of light. The entirety of it, the useful information, is not something violative of relativity, right? So information as in itself, yes, but information which is physically relevant or physical, so to say, right, there is a caveat on that front. So that is a resolution of the idea that nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. Nothing physical can travel faster than the speed of light is a better statement to make, right? In physics, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. Any further? Why do we talk about non-duality where there is plurality and diversity everywhere? Very good question. The idea, if we go from both the sides, from the quantum mechanics perspective as well as the Vedantin perspective, is that the non-duality is the substratum over which this multiplicity comes to be. In the quantum mechanics or quantum field theoretic picture, we have the idea of quantum vacuum or the void, which I was talking about. And from whence there are these excitations, there are these perturbations with sufficient energy, which become the particles, right? So for each of the fields, we have various fields in the universe. So for instance, quantum electrodynamics, electrons have a different field. There are various kinds of fields, right? So light has a different field and so on. Electromagnetism, quantum electrodynamics, as we call it. And there are perturbations in that which lead to these creation of these particles, so to say. In Vedanta, we talk about the whole idea of, we can go by two methods. We can speak about Brahman and Maya, right? And the idea that the action of Maya onto the substratum, right, or the illusory veil that it kind of puts forth with the agency of prana or energy, right, the beats of energy as it has been put in one of the verses, is something that gives rise to the multiplicity. In the Sankhyan perspective, the Purusha Prakriti kind of interface of sorts gives rise to multiplicity as we see it, although the multiplicity is seen in the realm of the Prakriti itself, with the action of Purusha, who's a transcendental seer of everything that we see around us, right? So both of them, the substratum is non-dual, and there is multiplicity around. Yeah. Next question. Is there a? I think we can keep to that because we are a little short on time. So I would love to have these questions at a later point and have a discussion on the same. So before closing, I would like to extend a vote of thanks to the various organizers and the people who have been part of the process. I would like to begin by thanking Sri Jayant Sahasrabudhe, who has been a guide and mentor, who has helped us along the way in terms of the various aspects of the event itself. I would like to thank Sri Ajay Sharma and Sri Prasad, who have been Swayamsevaks, who have been helping us with the organization, the technical aspects, and various other logistical aspects of this event. And I would like to thank you all for joining us for this event. I hope to see this as this beginning of a new journey, of a new movement towards looking at these interfaces, the contemporary interfaces of Indic thought and science going forward. Thank you. Namaste.